So weird that my videos, even on my phone, it's not working. I don't get it.
Oh, all right. Good evening,
Weird that my
everybody. Peace, power, and profit. Welcome to Urban
PPP.
Economic Emp- Urban Economic Empowerment Show. Let me make sure you guys share the show, like the show, and subscribe to my channel. Okay, we got some really good information that we're gonna put out on this evening. And so make sure you guys are geared up, ready to go. Make sure you get your notepad out because we have some heavy info. And I know it's a lot of stuff going on and everything, but hey, listen, don't say nobody never told you. A lot of funding being offered out there with the SBA. So I want to make sure that you all have really gotten the opportunity to maximize your potential in this market. Um, if you have a business, especially if you're self-employed, you're independent contractor, you a freelancer, I want to make sure that you're getting your business in order, you're lining it up, and everything is working out for your good. Okay, so I remember, Angie, prior to the pandemic, a lot of people used to hit me up. How can I get startup capital? How can I get a grant for my business to get my business going? And I would always say, you have to make sure that you have your business in order. Okay. You can't just expect them to fund you or someone just to give you money just so that you can go and you could think about it when you actually get the money. You have to have your priorities in order, things set in place so that you can be able to caretake the funds that are given to you. So right now I'm sharing the show out there so that mass majority of the individuals who normally tune in will have the opportunity to get this information because I don't want nobody to be left out. Okay. Many of you all have put in for the PPP and you may have gotten the first PPP in 2020. And so lately they have talked about you being able to get the second one. Some financial institutions have already started funding, regardless if you've waited your 8 week out or not. Some have not. Some have stated that when you go to submit, they have the hard stop that states that you have to wait your 8 week out before you submit the application. Some companies, when you submitted the first one, they automatically calculated the second one for you, right? So it's so many different scenarios out there. Just know that if you had 25% reduction in a quarter, between 19 and 2020, that you will qualify. And so I'm going to show you a quick little spreadsheet on how that works and how you determine that actual number. And basically they're using the same documentation that you submitted for your PPP1. Okay. So with the exception of adding showing the proof where the reduction was. All right. So before I kind of slide and get started into that portion of it, I want to go back through my slides. I said I would show slides at the beginning of the Urban Economic Empowerment Show before we start freestyling into other things, because I want anyone who to tune in the very beginning of the show to make sure they understand how to start getting their business in line and lined up. All right. And so the name of this presentation is Urban Economic Empowerment Business 101. The agenda is business entity compliance. I went over that maybe 3 weeks ago. Second, supporting documentation, followed that up. And then this week, we're going to talk about financial record keeping. And then somewhere down the line, we're going to talk about networking and supporting services that can help you stay in business. So business entity and compliance, if you're starting your business for the first time, or maybe if you've been doing business and now you want to get your business in compliance. And when I say compliance, I mean when you want to qualify for some of the federal, local, and state funding that is out there, you want to make sure you draft the business plan. Now, let me say something about the business plan. And then if Angie wants to add something, she can. Your business plan is how you plan to operate business. What do you plan to do? What are your goals? Whether it's financial, whether it's products and services, whether it's how you're going to go out and, get your sales, how much product you plan to sell, what type of services, and how often, how do you plan to do that? How do you go out and do that? Too many people start a business and the only thing they have on their mind is buy and sell. Buy and sell. No rhyme, no reason, no real goal, financial goal. I'm going to sell 100 shirts to make $30,000 every month. No, none of that as a milestone. They just buy and sell. So when you see the business plans that are out there, you could go to the SBA website as a template. Each category has a question or an explanation of what should be written in that section. You can't go wrong. You could literally not know anything about writing a business plan and at least be able to bullet point your plan and then give it to someone else to kind of make it work. How you doing, Jermaine? All right. Then you could go to another source, and these are not the only sources. These are just the two I decided to share. And everything I'm saying to you is shared information, learned experiences. You can use the information at your leisure, but I am at no all offering you advice. Okay. All right. BP Plans is a website you could go to, and you could type in any industry, and you could see multiple business plans written, full out comprehensive business plan. You can download those and you could begin to read them, and then it can help you frame your mindset on you writing your business plan. Okay. Again, you may not know how to um how to get that plan, uh make it all colorful and creative and things of that nature, but guess what? Will be able to you definitely will be able to give the person who's going to write your plan an idea of what exactly you're trying to say and what you want to do. But you have to familiarize yourself first with exactly your industry, okay? And I know you're going to say, wow, that takes time. Well, business takes time. So sometimes I think, Angie, that they're not in it for business. They're really running social clubs. They're really doing recreational gatherings, fundraisers.
Okay. Yeah. To start out, a lot of people, even me, as a new business owner,
Mhm.
I'm kind of like a fish out of water. I'm learning and constantly learning who you really want to do business with, who your partners are going to be. And like you said, it shouldn't be thought of as a social club because, odds are going to work against you in that aspect, especially if people only want to party. But yeah, that's all I want to say right now so far.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you're a writer. And so how important it is for you if I was like, hey, Angie, can you help me write my business plan for my training and development consulting services?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say?
Okay. One of the biggest obstacles, one of the biggest problems that we have is being concise because we're we're multi-talented, we multitask, and what happens is we might put too much in one plan, and because it doesn't have a focus, we might lose out on getting people to be able to fund it because certain types of funding opportunities are specific. So you have to be specific in what your business does. If you want to have various services, you probably should have several business plans and then apply them to the companies who you want to partner with you or you apply specific ones depending on what role you want to play for that business. And that's one of the biggest things I find.
Right, right. You man, you hit that on the head, because we think as one person that we can do all of this stuff. Well, I want to and I want to help. I want to teach the youth on how to do lawn care and beauty area beautification.
I don't know. It's the change of weather that got us all, man. My son is like it's the allergies and all that.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, that was just us to cover us.
Oh goodness. My bad, y'all. I'm about to kill my crazy self. And we say,
edit that out.
I know. I want to teach them lawn care. I want to teach them how to paint.
Mm-hmm.
I want to teach them how to be an electrician. I want to teach them to be a plumber. You know, I want to teach them carpentry. And I'm like, okay, how many employees do you have? How many staff? How many volunteers? Oh, it's just me. Okay. How long? What are you exactly you getting ready to do? Are you just going to introduce them to it? You're going to pass them on to another organization? Or do you have it broken down by week, safety, all that good stuff? Oh no, I'm going to do all that. And I'm like,
yeah. He's like okay. Running the ship, not wanting to delegate.
Right. Well, in their mind, as soon as you say employees, in their mind they think tax, right. Automatic payroll tax. I gotta pay taxes. I gotta pay workman's comp, and I'm like, how you gonna build a business, right? When I get to the financial piece, that's what we're gonna talk about, and that's why a lot of people, you know, I think that their businesses fold because of how they view the finance side of it. I really think so. Finance and HR is like the last, to me, and you can say what you may think. To me, the finance department and the HR department is the small business owner is the last thing they think about.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to compliance, they get in trouble because they don't have their paperwork in order. They don't have their employee personnel files in order, and they don't have their financial statements in order. Every time. Done. Every time. So these business plans gives you an idea of how that actually works. Okay. Which leads me into the benchmark and researching companies in your industry. If you're going to get involved in business, research someone who's already doing it. You don't necessarily, okay, so for example, my trainer does the sea moss smoothies. So what he did was in reference to sea moss, and some people tell me, they'll say, everybody's selling sea moss. I said, who's selling sea moss smoothies? And they'd be like, okay, you got a point. I know. It wasn't my idea, it was his. But you see how that meant he went out and said, okay, what can I sell? And there may be plenty of people out there that might be selling it. But in our AO, is not. Right? So I mean, when he went out and he surveyed the Carolina area to see who was doing what, he noticed that they were selling they were selling capsules, right? They were selling the sea moss raw, they were selling sea moss gel, but there was nothing. They was adding herb, elderberry, spirulina, different things. So he went and said, okay, since they're doing it like this, I'm going to add to it and I'm going to do it like that. And then I'm going to pick certain flavors and I'm going to stick with that.
Stick to those. Exactly.
And then every, special times of the year, I'm going to introduce a new flavor. I'm not going to let you run me ragged and tell me what you want. This is what I have to offer. So see how that worked out? So going around and benchmarking companies that are already in your industry. When I decided I was going to train, what was I going to do my business in? I said, I really have a passion for teaching people the compliance side of business to get government contracting specifically. Then I had to narrow it down. I said, you know what? I only want to deal with the new ones because I want to focus on the certifications, because I know this. The people who were doing certifications, SBA, I went to all of their trainings, all the government agencies, and I just sat back and I listened. I said, okay, what are they not telling them?
Right.
Where's the conflict of interest that a government agency cannot give out info that I can trick in? And for me, oh, hold on one second. Let me see who this is.
Okay.
Oh, no. They probably called checking on my chiropractor. I said, okay, I got it. I gave 2 workshops and I invited government agencies out on 2 different certifications program. And I just listened. I said, I got it. They can't really teach you how to break down your bid because it'd be a conflict of interest. They could just kind of talk about it. And 2, there's some things that the certification requires that unless you was on the other side of the podium, you would not know. Because if you work as an agent the whole time, you don't know where they're troubleshooting.
Right.
You don't know where they're troubleshooting. And so you don't really know what areas to where they're failing at not succeeding at the certification. It's not that the companies don't want to be certified. It's 1 or 2 things that are keeping them from being certified that you can't put your hand on because you haven't been on the other side. So I had the best of both worlds. I've been on their side and I've been on the contractor side. So I said, got it. I know what I'm going to teach. That's why all my trainings surround around compliance. And I try to merge in the HR piece and the financial piece to the point of what will get you in the door. After that, I have to pass you on to someone else because I'm not interested in going outside of that scope of work. I'm only interested in getting you in the door because the other side, it requires too much time from me and I don't really want to participate. I would share, but I don't want to participate on that side. Okay, because I'm already working that way. So that's how benchmarking other companies. So I gave you 2 examples. 1 from the sales of products and 2 from the sales of service. Okay, so the reason I say it has that second after your business plan, because after you go back and research, I worked with a commercial and residential cleaning company. Yeah. I went and I researched different elite cleaning companies out there to say, okay, how do they break down their services of what they're providing? Because you could get into cleaning and you could get yourself locked into a price and be doing entirely too much, for that dollar. So I went and I researched, what is Molly Maid doing for $100, for $350, for $550? Looked at their cleaning list. Right. What is what's this other company? Jan Pro, Jan King, Jan Pro. They got Jan King and Jan Pro. What are they doing? And I took their list and I was like, okay, what's similar? What's
your competition, you compare, yes, so that you're in line with them.
And I created our list. So when people would say, what makes you different, right? It would be in price because we were doing the same thing. So I wasn't gonna let you get me caught up in coming in there and wipe your walls and clean the blind. Those were like additional, and I learned to put cleanliness will determine if there's a change in price. And I learned not to put price. I learned to put startup price and not to put actual price, because when you go in people, oh my goodness, stoves, refrigerators, I have learned additional charge, because those things will cause you, because you got to think when you're putting in
product,
labor, you charge somebody in your mind to clean a 1,500 square foot house. In your mind, it should take us someone an hour, no longer than an hour and a half. If you go into that 1,500 square foot house and it is totally just out of control, destroyed, where your person, the amount you had allocated for that person to clean that house, now it's from taking from an hour and a half to 3 hours, and you possibly got to bring another person in. Now your budget just went out the window. The money they paying you is gone, and now you pulling from, you know how they say that, robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yes.
Right? Yes. So all of that matters. So when you think, and when you think in terms of putting together your business, those are the things you're looking for, you're thinking about. People don't understand. So when, you know, when I hear Amarasco, I talk about methodology, right? I was in it from the business perspective from the gate, because having a methodology in business is so important. So important. It's what we call your strategy. What's your strategy going forward? And I'm thinking strategy, I'm thinking cost every time. How long is it going to take me to make? First of all, if I'm going to make some smoothies, some 16 ounces, I have a 72-ounce blender. How long does it take me to make? I mean, how many 16 ounces can I get out of that 72 ounce? And how long is it going to take me to do it? And so I have to fill it up. I have to pour my stuff in it. I have to blend it. I have to get the bottles out. So I know if I'm making one type of smoothie, I'm going to get 4 16 ounces. If I'm making another type of smoothies, I'm going to get 5 16 ounces. So I had to learn that. So I said, okay, so I'm going to label these 4. I'm on 4 out of my 5 flavors. I'm going to label 4 bottles. One of my flavors, I'm going to label 5. So in my mind, so now my time gets better because I have my bottles labeled before I start. So boom, I got 5 blenders going on it, 4 blenders going on at one time. I already know within an hour, I could get 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I could get 20 16-ounce smoothies made in less than an hour, probably less than 30 minutes. So when I write up my plan, that's what I'm writing. So if I hire somebody, I expect you to make in 30 minutes 20 16-ounce bottles. That means if it takes you an hour, I'm firing you. Because it don't take an hour. And I'm taking my hold on a second. Oh, hello. I mean, you don't have to rush. I drink some turmeric tea. I know you guys place to be, and I'm live. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when you put your plan together, that's what you're thinking. Whatever company, whatever type of company that you're using, that's how you go about it. You know, you have to think that thing all the way through. So I have to think it through. My 16-ounce bottles, my half a gallons, my 32-ounce gels, 16-ounce gels, and the capsules. The longest process I've ever done in that whole company was the damn capsules. Woo! I have not gotten my timing down. I mess them up. My what you call that rate? The track, not your trash rate. What do you call when you destroy salvage? My yeah, my salvage rate is too high in the capsule side of the department. Okay, I get busted every time I do capsules. I have to replace a bag because I destroy more than I make or whatnot. So my capsules are horrible. But to put that together, so that portion of your plan, so I can run my trainer's business just as easy as I can run my own, because I observed, I monitored, I watched exactly how he did things. Then I had to do it myself, and so I came up with a plan. So when I wrote the business plan, he was like, "Dang, this is good." I was like, "Yeah, I paid attention." You know, that's what you have to do when you out there, you going into these different companies. So if you were making shea butter, like I want to learn how to make shea butter or lotions or whatever, you know, yeah. I'm gonna have to go and I'll have to look at somebody, watch them do it, you know, figure it out, make some mess, do it myself, that kind of thing. But I have to go out and I have to benchmark places. So the thing about business that I've learned, Angie, especially with building a plan, that it's always in draft mode.
Yes, tell me. Yes, true. I even went down to the to jars and the bottles, and I had labels to start shea butter also with it. I had a certain plan for that. That will come in time. But yeah, it's true. That's why they say it takes 5 years for that's the average for businesses to get off the ground.
Yes. And you know what? Also, what I've learned going into our financial piece is, so because I know how long it takes to do them, I know how many that we could sell in that 6 hour period that we be at the market. I could come back, and here's where coming into the finance piece goes for you guys when you're paying attention to other companies. And they say, can you project out your financials? Project out how much you're going to do in a year, 3 years, and 5 years. Well, if you know how much you could do, so like Janisa works with a lawn care service company. The person who owns it, he knows exactly how many yards they can cut, how much the manpower that they could cut in a week, in a day, and in a week. So they get it. So when they say I'm pushing out 150, 200 yards in a week, I'm like, whoa, that's a lot. But they got it down to a science. They know exactly how long it takes them to hit those yards. And they be sticking and moving, sticking and moving, sticking and moving, right? And so that's where you guys got to be with this, whether it's pressure wash. I remember coming out to do the pressure washing and monitoring that, right? The order in which it had to be done so it could get done right. Looking at it to come and say, hey, you can wash this vinyl and boom, you be straight. But if you had a pressure wash your house, you need to understand if it's wood, that paint is going to come off. And if that paint gonna come off, those people gonna want you to paint. Now, if you didn't discuss that prior to, you're gonna get caught up with a liability. Oh man, I've learned all that. Like washing the cars to the construction side of it. Oh man, just all types of stuff. So when you're putting your plans together, so a lot of times that's why when people are like, oh Mo, can you help me? I'm like, y'all don't understand the work it takes, the detail. You have to literally take a step back and say, okay, how I approach this. When I was doing my training classes and I started off, I just solicited to everybody. I got 25 people in my first workshop, advanced, intermediate knowledge, brand new beginners, people who were just inquiring. I had to cater to every one of them in that audience. That wore me out. I said, never again. I make sure I specified, this is my scope of work. This is what I will address. Any other questions and concerns, you can fill out this card. We can set up an appointment and we can talk about that later. Oh, I learned my lesson. All money is not good money. If there would have been 100 people up in them, and I learned that by going to, they used to have Get Motivated conferences, and they only would speak for 15 minutes, and then they would divert the audience to their team in the back who would sign up for classes. Oh, I learned my lesson. I learned how to really, so before COVID, we were doing an outstanding job giving conferences. We would give the conferences, we invite people, and then we offer the services. That's how we roll. So when you're thinking about your business, you got to think in terms of all of that. And I hope this information is helping somebody, right? And this is why we benchmark other companies. Now, when you go to find a location to house your business, well, even if it's in your home, the state has gotten really crafty, and the county and the city. They make you go through zoning. That's to decide whether or not the area in which where your business is, can you have that business in that area? We've run into a situation, perfect area we thought, got to zoning. Even with my nonprofit, Angie, I never forget when they started making us do that. She was like, you can't have that nonprofit at the church. It was housed at a church in the country. You can have that nonprofit in the country. I was like, what? Like, huh? It's a nonprofit. I go out and do housing repairs. She was like, nope, not zoned for that area. I had
Oh,
the good thing we had office
okay.
space for everything else, and we just shared an office space for it, and we was able to get it done, right? And so I was like, man, that rocked my world. Then we were teaching line dance, and they had a specific area that, like, if you're gonna teach a class at your home, you can't have no more than 4 students in your class. We was like, whoa, this is crazy. But anyway, zoning is important. Zoning is important.
Yeah, I think that's something to do with jurisdiction, right?
Yep.
So that thinking about people like my clients like Jaime Davidson and also Aaron, when they're working on their business also, so
Mhm.
they have to understand, because they're just out of prison, they only have certain they only have a certain limited um amount of jurisdiction, right?
Yeah.
So that's a good thing too. That's a good point. Thank you.
Yes. And then location registering agent, just make sure wherever your business physical location is, they're gonna want you to be registered in the Secretary of State unless you're doing something e-commerce online. So be careful of that for you guys who bouncing from state to state and saying you have a location in that state and you're not incorporated. And the registering agent has to be a physical address. So you could be your own registering agent, just have to have a physical address. So some people use the virtual office spaces, and that's cool. They use Regis and things of that nature. So
Right.
whatever works for you, you know. All right. So here's some documentation. Well, some locations for the compliance when you're talking about whether it's a LLC, a C corp, a S corp. Sole proprietors do not have to incorporate. But here's some things you need to know. A lot of you all are using names that are not available, and so you're going to get in trouble with trademark or copyright. So you need to be careful of that. Don't just name search your Secretary of State. Make sure you name search the copyright and also the U.S. trademark. All right. We talked about registering agent, filing forms. That's with your Secretary of State. Operating agreement. A lot of people don't have an operating agreement. When you start your business, you need an operating agreement. You can Google a generic copy and then make it out your own. Okay. Create an operating agreement, even if you're the only owner 100%. All right. Just go ahead and put it in place because you may get asked. I was working with the client, and guess what? SBA asked me for it. The operating agreement is one of the locations that you could put when your business was established. So your business may have been established October 1st, 2017, but you didn't incorporate till January 1st, 2021. In your operating agreement is where you would put that. Established October 1st, 2017, incorporated South Carolina, January 2021. All right. A lot of you may have seen this when it's dealing with the PPP. They will have date of established on there, and they also would maybe have incorporated date. So you may have seen some literature where it said that, where they may have said, you may have seen a whole bunch of YouTubers that may have said the date your business was established and the date it was incorporated may be two different. Go with the date that it was established, which may be before the January 15, 2020 date. Basically, what they're saying is that if you were doing business prior to you getting incorporated, what day were you doing that? When did you start? That comes into play, and it's going to be very important for you guys who have those dates that's close in range when you're going to go to get the second PPP. Okay, because at this point, you're going to be trying to prove the 25% reduction, all right, in one of the quarters. So that operating agreement is very important. The EIN, you guys, a lot of people are very familiar. That's the first thing you guys go get. So that's not difficult for you. Let me drink some more water. Your annual registration fee. Every state doesn't have an annual registration fee, so just check with your Secretary of State. South Carolina does not, Georgia does, right? So just find out. Some states is 0, some states is 300, some states is 100, some states is 50. Just depends on what state you're in. License and permit. That is based on your industry. So we know if you're into carpentry or construction, you need in some cases you may need general contractor's license. If you want to drive the big trucks over a certain weight, we know you may need a CDL. If you into plumbing and things of the nature, you may need a plumbing license. So if you into certain consultants, whether it's fit financial or some of the things of those nature, you may need PTIN if you're into taxes. If you a CFA, CPA, all that great stuff. So depending on what industry you're in, you may need to have a specific license. If you are and it permits, that's based on when you go to license and permit, trust me, they will tell you whether or not you need a permit to do what you're doing. State taxes, contingent on Department of Revenue, depending on what you're doing and how much. Some places is not very much, in other places you got state and local. The DUNS number, I encourage people to get the DUNS number and the cage code because I always think expansion and growth, right? So if you put those in place, it can also help the establishing understanding when your business was established by having those dates and those things in file. Now, when you go to get your DUNS number, remember, they're going to ask you to subscribe based on trying to update your business credit. You don't have to participate. The DUNS number itself is free. That digit code, that 9-digit code that you get, right? So what you want to do when you go to iupdate. I think it's supposed to be iupdate.duns. Let me correct that. Let me correct that really quick. It should be iupdate.dnb.com. .dnb.com, right? You should you want to select that you're a government contractor. The reason you select that you're a government contractor because you get it within 24 hours. All right. If you don't select that, if you just put that you're just a regular company, they're gonna make you wait 24 hours. All right. And then the cage code, that's the SAM registration. If you had a government contract, that's where the government house your that's where the government houses your administrative information. All right. And I gave you a little source you can go to. All right. So then after doing the business entity compliance, then I move into support and documentation. So these are your support and documentation based off of everything that I just talked about earlier. In some states, it may be called articles of incorporation, articles of formation, or articles of organization. Just depends on what your state. Your EIN, operating agreement, financial statement, profit and loss balance sheet, income statement, cash flow. Your federal tax documentation, that's your 941s, your 940s, your W-3s, your W-2s, W-4s. In the state tax forms, that form number contingent on the state that you're in. Some of you guys who participated in PPP may have been asked for your state withholding forms. You got to go to your Department of Revenue and you can see what those are. And guess what? Google gives you an example of everything. Okay. So you can put in your state and put in state tax withholdings and you will see that form and you possibly will get an example, especially if you're doing it manually. All right. Some other supporting documentation, you got the bylaws, you got rental and lease and rental agreements, corporate minutes, professional license, financial references, business references, past performance, invoices, and contracts. I would encourage you and be doing business, that you definitely get in the habit of using invoices. If you use a QuickBooks Self-Employed, you can do invoices. If you use a PayPal, you do invoices. Square, wherever you use, make sure that you're consistent. Don't have your stuff. I mean, you can, but it's super important that you kind of synchronize where your information is so you could pull that information when it's needed for business. What you do personally, that's fine, because that's not going to get asked for. It's your business, where your revenue, where your expenses are being housed, where you can capture that information. Mainly what I would talk about this evening. If Angie was gonna pay me for giving her a 30-minute class, I'm invoicing her, right? I'm invoicing her whether she keep the invoice or not, right? No matter how she paid me, I'm invoicing her. Why? Because that's proof that I'm actually doing business with her. All right. So you also got to get in the habit of invoicing, right? Invoices. Trust me, you can get the tax deductions. Just depend. Just you just gotta document properly. Okay. Contracts. If you're gonna do work, it's gonna be lengthy. Draft up a little contract. Even if sometimes it's pro bono, draft up a contract. All right, and just put the total value of it, and then whether or not you all get paid for it or how you want to invoice it, are you making a donation back to it? Fine, but just document to show that you actually did that work. And that's, pretty much the documents. Any questions so far? So I'm going to get into the finance piece.
No, but this presentation is beautiful. Thank you. This is great. I want a copy.
Yeah, I'm building it as I go, so I want to make sure it's very lucrative. It has some really good info in it. All right. Let's see. All right, so here's what I'm going to be working on and building on, the financial record keeping piece of it. All right. So you got your accounting systems where you can build your chart of accounts. And then you have where the accounting systems, you can link your bank. And then you have the bookkeeping. Hold on, y'all, because I can't have that music playing and I know it's going to stop my thing. Hold on, let me stop sharing for a minute. Y'all, so Angie, can you do me a favor? Just share a little bit your experience with working with the business plan or the grant proposals in getting information from the person to create a good plan. You on mute.
I see.
I'll be right back.
I don't know how come the video started working right now. It just popped in. And right now I've written the proposals before, and I'm now developing business plans and learning as I go along also. And like I said before, narrowing down the business plan is the most important thing, because you want to show what your budget is, and you will have to be very realistic, very concise and specific about what you want in each budget. But one of the things that I like personally, I started my company, and I expected to have a few employees already, but so far, the people that I've partnered up with, they're not, they didn't rise to my expectations yet, so I couldn't establish that. So it basically is put on hold until everyone is ready. So sometimes, like, I think with me is I wanted to start a business. I didn't know much about it. I got incorporated. I basically bought the gas before the car, So hooking up with an advisor is very important. And they have a lot of advisors that do this nonprofit, like Monica Lamb. And I'm not nonprofit yet, but I do work with many nonprofit agencies like Monica Lamb. 37 Deep was a nonprofit at one point. Fiscal sponsors, have them in line, the people who are gonna maybe co-sign for you. The agreements, your consultation agreements, your partnership agreements, those things have to be in line. so far, like, and there's nothing that you didn't mention, because I think if you stay as simple as possible, don't try to be too extravagant. Like you said, stick to one plan, and you'll be. One of the things that I just realized, when we think of small business, I think a lot of us undervalue our businesses. And I just found out that you can make $38 million in a small business annually, and you can have up to 1,000 employees. This is a small business. A lot of us don't realize that. Some of us think small business just means, I'm a sole proprietor, I'm working for myself, and I don't have to hire that many people. Maybe it's just 10 of us. Maybe it's just a small group of us working. But a small business can be over 1,000 people and make $38 million a year. Small business. People don't understand that, what the poverty line is. So if we're used to making minimum wage up to 40,000 a year, we think we kind of, we kind of think in a bubble. Sometimes we think everybody is like us in a way. We do know that there's people that make a lot of money, but because they don't communicate with us on the regular, we're very out of touch on what is seen as status, poverty, financial status, just like credit, just like establishing your credit and cleaning up credit. It takes more of positive interactions, like establishing a credit and making sure you pay your bills on time. If there's any problem with the agreements, you create your payment agreements. This will keep you out of the red, right? And a lot of times we want to just take care of everything on our own without using the tools that would, that are there for us to use. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I just found out about a small business. The poverty line is $150,000 and down. A lot of us are in poverty and don't even realize it. A lot of us can get certain benefits. We entitled to certain benefits and we don't realize it, and we think not taking the benefits is good for us. That is a myth. That is not how it works. As you see, Trump is the best example, because I don't know who filed as many bankruptcies as he has, right? As you see, the big business people who make billions, they take advantage of all of the loopholes. And so getting to know the loopholes is our responsibility, or else we just get swallowed up.
But Angie, should we call them loopholes or should we call them benefits? Because one in particularly, that employment credit, if you hire in a certain demographic, Amazon, why you think Amazon is in our low and moderate income area, that $1,000 credit they get per employee.
Yes. Thank you. That was a good point. Yes.
So it's a matter of, but see, remember what I said earlier about not wanting to pay taxes? Because one of the reasons, and this is why I was going to go through that finance piece, but go ahead, keep your point, because I already know where I'm going.
Yeah, no, what you're saying, it just made me think of something else too. And you're so, that was such a big point to make. People run away from payments, just like it reminds you of the people running away from the child. What do you call it?
What?
The men usually have to pay
support.
Yeah, child support. People run away from child support, not realizing that that getting into that, a lot of women don't realize that getting into that system costs your family more altogether. And nobody is looking at us specifically. we have kind of a narcissistic view also, being in, being in this community lifestyle. But a lot of us are self-centered, and we don't realize that the big fish don't look at us as an individual. We are just a number that makes up a population. You understand? When they affect us, they're affecting our whole population. And
Yeah.
so we ask for things sometimes, and we don't realize to what extent we are actually paying for it, and to what extent we're actually giving the government more say to get paid for us. If we don't take the reins, and we don't try to do more things just independently and pay those taxes. There was this thing, rich people don't pay taxes. That was just a thing that they did, because they don't pay until the IRS comes knocking at their door. Artificial intelligence kind of is changing all of that right now, because you can't really hide. Everything is more transparent, but there still are loopholes, like religion. This is why they want to close down the churches and everything, because this is why they're kind of making everything in one, everything being what do they call it?
All inclusive.
Singularity. They're trying to get everything one, because when you have when you're a religious organization, you don't have to do certain things. You don't have to file certain, there's exemptions, there's loopholes.
But
there's so many different things to think about.
You hit it on the head when you said in reference, when you went to the benefits of some of the larger corporations. I remember when I was setting up the call center, and I knew it's too. Let me show y'all better than I could tell y'all, because they gonna say, Mo, you need to source up. We talking about the finance side of things. Okay, let me.
I can't even share my screen. I don't even know what I'm doing when I share.
Let me see. Let's see. Tax credit in low. As a matter of fact, there's a tax. If you got COVID during the pandemic and you self-employed, that's what, 10,000, 5,000. Was it 10 or 5,000 tax credit that you should have filed with your taxes? Let's see. Tax credit for hiring low income individuals.
That's why you could get sick as a dog, and they're gonna tell you you never had COVID, because they don't want certain people. They don't want to get these.
Look at this right here.
Let's
work.
We'll say C19, because we can't even talk about this thing without getting censored.
Let's work. It says the Work Opportunity Tax Credit is a federal tax credit available to employers for hiring individuals from certain targeted groups who have consistently faced significant barriers to employment. The WOTC joins other workforce programs that incentivize workplace diversity and facilitate access to good jobs for American workers. The Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2021 authorized the extension of the Work Opportunity Tax Credit until December 31st, 2025. All right. The Notice 2020-78 issued on December 11, 2020 provides transition relief for employers that hire certain individuals residing in empowerment zones by extending the 28-day deadline for employers to submit a certification request for an individual hired between January 1st, 2018 and December 31st, 2020. The certification of an individual as a designated community resident under 51D5 or as a qualified summer youth employees under 51D7 requires that the individual reside within the empowerment zone. Y'all better learn where your empowerment zones are, Y'all running from the wrong people, right? Business is business, Brother Baptist. Employers can hire eligible employees from the following targeted groups. All right, so let's qualify. An individual who is a member of a family receiving assistance under a state plan approved under Part A of Title 4 of Social Security Act relating to temporary assistance for needy family, that's TANF. Assistance must be received for any 9-month period during the 18-month period ending on the hiring date, right? You got veterans, you got ex-felons. So all of these different categories, you can get that tax credit. All these different categories. Listen, when you go out and hire, when you get to the point and you're ready to hire people, the reason you want to go through your workforce offices because they normally have those individuals who are forced or who are required to job search or get some type of job so that they can keep their benefit. And in return, you get a credit. Now, one of the issues that our businesses have is that you want all your money, you want it right now. You don't understand that it will offset that tax, that taxable income that you have. So to run from taxes, it's a whole nother ball game. All right. That's one program. Let me tell you about another program. I'm preaching better than y'all clapping. Okay. On. What'd you say, Angie?
I said, let's see them ones. Those bags.
That's right, baby. Training reimbursement. On the job training reimbursement programs. Okay, let's talk about that one. So you got the credit side, and then you have that side where if you hire someone, listen, y'all better be donating to my scholarship program. I'm fired up. I need that 1,000 subscribers because I got all this stuff come back to my memory. I guess my little PTSD is kind of like dwindled away a little bit, just a little bit. Good thing I don't get no claim for it or whatnot. And I'm starting to really think about this thing, okay? So you got the on-the-job training, and I'm going to tell you, on-the-job training is 2 areas, to my knowledge, it may be other agencies, that you could get, you could benefit from here. You got social services, and you have the workforce office, wherever y'all call it in y'all area, the unemployment office, right? Both of those areas, you could participate, right? Your company, if you have funding like that, right? So now I'm going to tell you, oh man, I'm about to give y'all some good, especially for y'all who got them big dollar PPP loans and you need to hire somebody and you want to know how you can recruit some of that money back. Oh hell, let me see if my Cash App going on. I'm about to hook y'all up and tell y'all how to make this thing work. All right. So listen, you got the needed skilled workers, you got the on-the-job training. Okay, it's a federal program funded by the Workforce Innovative Act and Opportunity Act. Lets you hire and train skilled workers and get reimbursed for your efforts. Okay, what is the payroll protection program? It's for you to keep people employed. You want to know how to hire some people that you want work for you based on that money you got and get at least half that money back legitly. Hold up, wait a minute. Damn. Hey, listen, I ain't seen my Cash App go off yet, but it's cool. I'm gonna give it to you anyway. Okay. It said, as an employer, you will benefit from more efficient recruiting, more targeted training, and assistance with training expenses. On-the-job training specialists can help you find the right talent when you need it, reduce the time, effort, and money spent on recruiting. Specific technical skills you need may be hard to find. On-the-job training helps you train the right employers to meet your requirements. You'll receive up to 50% of the cost to provide on-the-job training for individuals you hire through the public workforce system. That's the workforce, and social services also have the program. Here in the Carolinas, I know you have to be paying them at least $13 an hour. That means you get $6.50 back per hour that you have that employee on the job. Now, let me tell you how you get real crafty with this. Not crafty, but you just kind of use your brain power. Okay? Just use your brains just a little bit. All right. Let's say you got your homeboy, your homegirl, or somebody that you hired and you want to hire. Okay. You send them, go sign up. You gain a relationship. You got to gain a relationship with the employer person, the person who's over the program at workforce. Okay. You send the people you want to get hired, put them in the program. Those are the people you're going to hire, right? You already know. You're going to get back half your money from the payroll. Listen, y'all. Oh, what's up, brother A? I'm going in. Sorry.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Peace, power, profit to the family. Everybody tuning in. Awesome Wednesday, right? You know, Mo as always cooking, right? Cooking in the kitchen.
I'm getting it today.
You got Coach Chef Miss Angie in the building, cooking as well. And as always, happy to be here. What's going on over Chris, over Brandon? Everybody tuning in as well.
Hey,
Brandon. Yeah, I know I love being a student, right? Because we all students. And so when y'all spitting, I'm listening. And like always, you know, we're looking to kind of make this information transitory, right? The same way it feels like you got words like transitory, inflation and all that, right? That means they're just, you know, allowing rich folk to make money during this little time of so-called economic need, right? But there's no trickle-down economics really happening, right?
Say it again.
Because there need to be more emphasis on what you're speaking about, because again, I call them unearned benefits. Just call them what they really are. They really unearned benefits.
Yep.
And we earn them, because if not, they're gonna get consumed back into the system. Other people are gonna go out there and get them one way or the other. And so again, it's imperative that we kind of, you know, source up, knowledge up, and go out there and seek the same thing. They say you never know unless you try, right?
That's right.
You submitting is not gonna hurt your credit. You submitting is not gonna, you know, make you lose your spouse or, you know, your job, right? You're not gonna have any kind of, mental drawdown just because you submitted. Right, so we have to get in the habit of understanding paperwork, docs, and understanding how to maneuver in these lanes. So again, you ladies are privileged. You are privileged in the perspective because you guys bring so much people
you choppy. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, AE. Yeah. So listen, man. This is why. So you know, when I preference the live stream with the PowerPoint to share with you breaking up, brother AE. Right after the
can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, you guys are, like I said, what you're doing is just phenomenal. Educated people. Forgive me, I'm leaving the lake. Yeah, I'm out in the woods, man. Kind of like
that's why you breaking up.
Yeah. So no, but yeah, leaving that old boat.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but really good information. And so while there's still money in the kitty, you know, in terms of the government part with the loans and the EIDL, of course, you know, we stay within the guidelines. We do source up. We primary. We're not telling people doing anything fraudulent because they are cracking down on that too. But that's why y'all need people like Sister Monica.
You breaking up, AE. Okay. So until you get to a good signal or whatnot, yeah. So these resources, when you get your business, oh, he'll come back. When you put your business, when you start your business off with the proper documentation, you don't have that to worry about. Those things are in order, and you begin to expand, and you getting ready to start hiring employees. Make sure you explore your workforce. Will get a relationship. Your social service. Now, I have to tell you, this is why I say groom people to go to those programs. The reason and you hire them in. So like with Goodwill get the big Department of Labor grant, right? They get referrals, you know, they bring people in, right? You get incentives. You can't get, I don't think the incentive goes to Goodwill, but I do know it goes to our state agencies, right? What you want to do, okay. So when we build in business, we have so much to do. That's why I'm a strong component of training. And the reason we have so much to do, because you want to train your crew so that when you send them to the agencies and you select them, right, You're selecting individuals you already trained through to be a part of what you do. This is why Chanissa's employability training program is important, right? This is why programs Angie put together is important. When you do that, right? When we create these programs and we guide our employees where they want to go, because everybody's not going to be the boss, right? Everybody don't even want to be the boss. Some people just want to work and take their butt home, and that's cool, right? But when you train them through to go through the way you want it, right, it works out in your favor. So now you have a good flock of workers. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm giving you the good and the benefit, but let me tell you about the disadvantage side of it. I have to give you both ways. I can't let you think you're just going to walk in there, you're going to get this good flock of employees and you'll be straight. I started off, I created a program for call center, work from home. Okay. I had this grand idea. I'm going to hire 30 people and I'm going to have a success rate of at least 70%. Most people go in, they want 100. It's a call center. People need a job. You go into social services. Everybody need a job over there. You're going to be able to retain employees. I wasn't crazy. I said 70%, I should be working. Let me tell y'all, I started off, I was betting 70 on the dot. I was like, dang, I got to stay on my game on this. These young ladies and men, they give me a run for my money. Honey, by the time my 12 weeks was up, I was betting 10%. I had one employee. One out of all 30. I paid for their class.
Hello.
I coached them. I gave them all the nuggets I could give, honey. They came through that social services. They got their benefits from social services. And when that benefit was over, they gave me the boot. And we find them another program to start that process all over. So you have to know that depending on who they are, the character of the end, and they craft and they know the system and they know how to work it. Trust me. So the program is there and it benefits. So you have to have something worthy of keeping. So if you're going to hire someone, right? Like my buddy, my battle out there, coach out there in Alabama, getting ready to do his group home, right? And he says all the time, Mo, I got to do right by my people. I got to make sure I give them a good wage, because if I pay them good, they're going to stay and they're going to work for me. And I won't have to worry about high turnaround. Important. But you can't get to the payment piece until you draft your plan, you looked at your numbers, and you see how it all comes together. Right now is one of the most beneficial times with the PPPs. Why? And the EIDLs. Why? Because based on, Angie touched on it earlier, if you have a good credit history in some cases not. Someone posted in the chat, let me go to it. Someone posted in the chat and said, can you get PP as long as you have a business? Let's look at it. Let's go to the SBA website and look at who qualify. I'm going to give it straight from the source. Okay, I'm give it straight from the source. Let's go learn. All right. So let's talk about the PPP first. Go straight to the source. You don't have to get the rumor, and you darn sure don't have to get the gossip. All right, let's go straight to it. Let's go first draw first. So you could get draw 1 and you could get draw 2 if you make it within those weeks. Okay, let's scroll down. Let's see who qualifies. Here you go. Here's who qualified. Straight from the horse's mouth, straight out the gate. Sole proprietor, individual, own a business. Independent contractor. Those independent contractors identify those individuals who get into 1099s from another company. All right. So you may have gotten a 1099 EC or a 1099 miscellaneous. Okay. Self-employed persons. Those persons who work specifically solely for themselves. So the sole proprietor sometimes is usually an individual who's freelancing out there, right? And then the self-employed is maybe are those individuals who may have gotten an LLC and doing a single member LLC or disregarded entity LLC, right? Filed in that capacity, and then they call themselves self-employed or whatever, right? Your business size is a small business, meaning it meets the SBA standard. Okay, you have 500 employees or less, and even nonprofits, as you see here. Any business, 501c3 nonprofits, 501c19 veteran organizations. That's us. We have that one, and then you got your tribal organizations out there, business concerns out there. Okay, no more than 500. All right. And then you got your farmers with the NAC code. Those are food and the food service folks who are out there. All right. That's who may apply. Okay. One of the best websites. Well, let's go to documentation. We could go to. All right. So as of we know February 24th, 2021, we know an executive, they came out and they said, if you a sole proprietor, independent contractor, self-employed, and you file the Schedule C, you can use your gross income to file for your PPP now. You don't have to use the net income. Before it was the net profit on line 31. Stop getting confused. It has changed. So the form has changed. All right. This is the applications. Some bank, you have to complete the application, sign it, upload it. Other banks, they will complete it for you via on their website and they will create it. All right. So let's go through the form. I'm only speaking specifically to the independent contractor, the sole proprietor, or the self-employed. So here you would check, are you doing sole proprietorship, independent contractor, self-employed, single member LLC, or a joint venture. All right. Most of you guys are sole proprietor or single member LLCs. All right. If you're using a trade name, you could put it there. If not, keep it going. The date the year the business was established. This is what I was talking about. For some people, your established date may be different from your incorporation date. That's cool. All right. Your business name. Right? Your NAICS code. So if you don't know your NAICS code, you've never looked it up, go to Google, put in, I'm gonna put in restaurant. No, I'm gonna do, it's like a food truck NAT code. All right, go to Google. So 722-330, 722-330. So I'll put that here, 722, I forgot what I said, 722-330, 330. All right, that's the NAICS code. Then you want to make sure you check no more than 500 employees. Business address, you put in wherever your business address is. And you're filling out this same form for PPP 1 or PPP 2. I'm just putting something in. Then you want to put in your EIN number. If you're sole proprietor, you be putting in your social. Business phone number. Whatever that is. All right, here's where you would put gross receipt. See, total amount of gross income. You get that from line 7 of your Schedule C. So you have to go, if you haven't filled out the Schedule C, if you haven't filed your taxes, it would either be what you filed or in draft mode. So you go to Google, you put in your Schedule C, whether it's 2020 or 2019, you open up the PDF and you create your Schedule C, right? Same thing, put your information in. This enter the code right here, this is the same as in that code. This is the line that you're getting your total from, all right? So let's say you had 50,000. All right, at this point, you would say, are you using your 2019 or are you using your 2020? In a lot of people cases who just started may be using their 2020. Some people may be using their 2019. It's your discretion. Number of employees. If you're the only person, then you put 1. See, it says including owner. If you have employees, then you submit the number of employees that you actually have. All right. Then you scroll down. It says, if you do not have any employees other than the owner, complete this table. So if you don't have any employees other than the owner, then you're doing the top piece. If you have employees other than the owner, then you do the second part. So we're going to say we only have just the owner. Hold on a second. Thank you. Be safe. All right. So how do you come up with the gross income amount from the 2020 that we selected? Only thing you would do, you would take that 50,000 and divide it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yep, you put that 50,000 right here. So that's the gross income. Then you take the 50,000 and you divide it by 12. Right? And then you take that number, the 4166.67 times 0.25. All right, so those are your numbers. And this is what your qualified would be, the 10,000. All right, then you scroll down. And then you say, okay, what's the purpose of it? So you would say payroll. If you have a mortgage or interest or rent, if you rent in a facility, then you would click that. If not, we know you're covering expenditures, definitely. And a lot of you guys buy masks and things of that nature, protective equipment for the PPP. You can click that as well. And maybe if you have some other expenses, you can click it on there. Okay. Then you keep going and you put your name, your title, you put 100%, you put your EIN or your social, is for you, put your address, and I'm just generically just doing something. Right? And then this is optional. So if you want to do the demographic, you can. If not, you can leave it blank. And don't forget to answer these questions. Are you suspended or debarred? Are you owned by someone else? Or you have student loan debt? Or are you owned by someone else? Did you get the disaster, the EIDL? If you did, you check yes. If not, between January and April, are you incarcerated, have a felony? If not, you go ahead, you check it and you put your initials. Hold on. Excuse me. Are you have a felony in the last 4 years for embezzlement or fraud? Go ahead and check that and you put your initials. Does the principal place of residence in the U.S. for the owner? You go ahead and say yes. Is it a franchise? You say no. Your franchise director, you say no. Keep it moving. Scroll down. You make sure you put your initials. You do the same thing if this was electronic. These are the same questions. Some banks or some financial institutions have it electronically and some do not. Some will make you fill out. I've had some people were working last 9 days was electronic, and some people had to fill it out hard copy, sign it, and send it back. In some cases, you may be able to sign it electronically, create your digital signature. In some cases, you may not. Write your name here. Put a date. Put your title. Print and sign. Oop, there it is. That's the application. You will fill the same application. Okay, so that's PPP 1. And then the application for PPP 2, only difference is in the PPP 2 section. Okay, and that was the Schedule C filers that I pulled. All right. So now the PPP 2. So let's go back up. So that was the first draw. Let's look at the second draw. For the second, well, let me go back before we go second draw, because some of you guys may not be eligible for the second draw, so you may be wondering about the forgiveness. Now, I don't think that the regulation has changed yet that anything less than 50,000 that it's going to be forgiven. But just in case, let's look at the forgiveness piece. All right. So it says the first draw loan made to eligible borrowers qualify for the full forgiveness if during the 8 to 24 week cover period following the loan dispersed, if the employee and compensation levels are maintained, the loan proceeds or are spent on payroll or other eligible expenses, at least 60% of the proceeds are spent on payroll costs. So with the second draw, all right, so those, and the second draw is the same terms and conditions. All right, so all right, so for the forgiveness, so here's the documentation. You show bank statements or third-party payroll documentation, right? In the amounts of cash you disperse to employees, tax forms or equivalent third-party payroll provided services for the periods overlapping the covered period. Now, if you self-employed, you won't have no, if it's just you won't have no payroll. Okay, your business is your payroll. So if you had employees, is the payroll tax filings, right? That's your 941s and your state quality funds, or payment receipts, canceled checks, or account statements documenting the amount of any employer contribution to employees' health insurance or retirement plans that the borrower includes in the forgiveness amount. Non-payroll expenses that were incurred or paid during the covered period that's showing that obligation or services exist prior to February 15, 2020. So you got business mortgage interest payments. That's a copy of the lender amortization schedule and receipts verifying the player or lender account statements. Business rent or lease payments, copies of the lease agreement and receipts or canceled checks verifying eligible payments. Business utility payments, copies of invoices and receipts, canceled checks or account statements. Okay. List of documents that are required to submit to your lender is not all inclusive. Submit forgiveness and documentation to your lender. All right, so whoever your lender is, you can go onto their site and see what they would be requesting back from you as far as the forgiveness documents. All right, so the easiest way to caretake this, especially those who's getting those big dollars, is to make sure that you are spending out of that account wisely. All right. Now, for the second one, it will tell you that you need to show, go to the second draw, 25% reduction. Scroll down, right? In order to receive it. So one of the things you have to do is you have to demonstrate at least 25% reduction in gross receipts between comparable quarters, 2019 and 2020. And so we talked about this. Let me see if I can find the spreadsheet. Let me see if I might still have it up. Find the spreadsheet. Payroll costs. Nope. Let me find it. Let's send it to somebody. I think this is it. This might be it. Between 2020, 2019 and 2020. Okay, so this is one of them. This is the PPP, how you calculate. That's one. Let me see if I can get the other one. I have another payroll. Okay, let me get it out my email. So I can show you. Show you where it's at. I think I sent it to somebody last night. I need to save that, label that file so I can have it. Let's see if this is it. Yeah, okay, I found it. Let me share my screen again. Okay. All right. So when you're going to determine your quarters, you would do something similar to this spreadsheet. You break down your revenue for your 2019 quarters. It would look like this. No, you can't get a PPP loan to start a business because your business would have had to be started before February 15, 2020. All right. So you could break down your 3 quarters at a time. January, February, March is the first quarter. April, May, June is the second. July, August, September the third. October, November, December is the fourth quarter. Okay. So you break your revenue down and the money that you put in your account this way, 19, 20. And what they're looking to see is that your 2020, one of these quarters is less than the 2019 quarter by at least 25%. Or you can go down a little further. You can do it like this. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Put the total amounts. And here's the difference between the two. And that's the percentage breakdown. So they could have used quarter 2 because they've lost money by 51%. And quarter 4, they lost, nope, they didn't lose money. So quarter 2 is what they would use. And they will sign a financial statement that actually shows that. Print it, sign it. And you would send that in with the rest of your documentation that they're asking for, which is the same forms that you sent for 2020. Same Schedule C. Okay. Any questions? There it is. Not bad. I'll be going over that over and over and over as until May 31st when they actually end it. Okay. So yeah. What are y'all questions out there? Hopefully everybody, hopefully everybody can benefit one way or the other. And don't forget, oh yeah, don't forget, we still have EIDL, and people are getting emails about their advance. Let me go back to the beginning. That's still relevant. Some people getting emails about the 10,000. Okay, so you have to have gotten an email that's sent to you, but you still can apply. You know, someone who applied, they made me do a business plan. I had to do 3 years of projection, financial projections. I mean, I had to write a full business plan, break it down. I had to do a financial projection. I had to do schedule liabilities. Oh my God, I think I've submitted the most paperwork to SBA I have ever did in all the clients I have, and they got approved today. And they didn't get approved for a little bit either. They got approved for a lot. And they just started their business. So it's not far-fetched that if you just incorporated right before the pandemic, and you're looking for a business loan, which many of you guys talk about a lot, getting seed money, startup money, loan money, business loans. How do you get it? You may have to write the business plan, and they can fund you. I've witnessed it today. I was blown away when I opened that email. I was like, whoa. And that was the EIDL.
You are blessed.
Yep. So everything that I've talked about this evening is important. All of it. In one way or the other. And will be necessary and needed. And so this is your time to come up and get you some dollars to help with your business. Go ahead, Angie. You gonna say something?
My story is wild because I do consulting, right? So I temp all over the place because that's the easiest thing to do with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I get to, study at home with them and then go on assignment, study at home, go on assignment.
Mm-hmm.
But so I started the company. I was hoping not have, to be my own agent, which that's what I could do with my company. I could do temporary contracting. And so I got the vendor's license so we could work with vendors.
Oh,
so
nice.
I applied for this loan the first time. I thought I got something back from them the first time. But I didn't do it this current time because basically this year I went on assignment a few times. Other than that, I stayed on unemployment. So I'm like, I don't want to get caught in them thinking that I'm scamming, right? So what do you know about,
unemployment and the
self-employment and sole proprietorship? Yeah, how do they deal with?
It's contingent on the state. So every state has the rules different. Some states don't mix the two and allow you to have a business. And some don't. So it's gonna depend. So I would address it to the unemployment office and just an anonymous question. Just call and get information.
I think New York, you can have a business and do it too. I guess once you submit your Social Security, they see how much you're making. They see what you're making, So check this out. I had my EIN. I did my tax. I didn't do any business last year per se, right? And I'm really working on my projects with Jaime and Aaron. However, aside from that, like, what was I gonna say?
You talking about they looked at your tax.
Yeah, I didn't. Right. I told when I filed my personal taxes, I spent for the business, but I didn't make any revenue because we didn't do any sales, right? Like for the vending. But guess what? Find out somebody used my EIN number.
What?
So I finally got into the IRS business to find out if I had any charges, because my advisor, who is fantastic, that is, he helped my father with his nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
He clues me in sometimes on what I need to look into. You know, he doesn't enable bad habits or anything like that. So he gives me advice. He's kind of my coach. So he goes, he mentions taxes, and I'm like, why does he keep saying that? Like I didn't have to do any. I know I had to do a late fee if I didn't file, even if I didn't make anything. Can you hear me?
Right. I can hear you.
Right. But I was like, I wonder what he's saying. I think he was saying that I better look into it because he saw something. He's seeing something that I'm not seeing. So I looked in.
Do you remember the website? I want to share it.
For the business?
Yeah.
IRS? Hold on a second. Let me go see. Turns out $945 in taxes I owe. I was like, how did that happen? I didn't sell anything. Nobody wants to own up to it.
Oh,
I said, okay, look, I gave you a chance. I asked you, you don't come. If you don't come out and say I did it, if I have to go the legal route because I'm not paying that tax. I didn't, that means $7,000 of stuff was sold with my EIN number.
Oh wow!
Because
so they did the sales tax. They did the it's
a sales tax. So I gave you a chance to own up to it. I don't, like I started something where I wanted to help people in the community build their business, learn business. So like I expected to put to make some sacrifices,
Right.
I don't mind covering certain things because I know I'm going to get paid back because I know, look at my son, look what he's doing.
How's you?
It's hot.
He's sweaty.
He's so sweet. Yeah. I know that it's going to turn over and it's going to turn over big, just like with the investing stuff. I'm working with a couple of people like and helping them to start, even though I'm starting, and and I know in the long run it's gonna turn over in a big way. So I don't mind sacrificing, but be straight, be upfront with me and tell me the truth, and I can work with you. Maybe I'll get an installment plan done with the IRS, so I don't have to pay it all at once or whatever. Right. But now that you're gonna lie straight in my face, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I didn't do that. That was somebody that, defrauded my account.
Right.
And take care of it the way that, look, you gotta be straight, but that's what people do. And like you said, they're used to doing that. They do it over and over. So I was telling you, my financial advisor, he clued me in and he's like, basically, look at your taxes. Stay on point, look at your taxes. 900, Could you imagine if I didn't know that? So like anything that I'm applying for that I'm putting, I didn't make anything. And the IRS is looking at my account saying, I made something.
Yes.
I said, okay, so now you have me looking like I'm frauded. I'm being a fraud, right? Talk about,
so they actually filed taxes with your EIN?
They bought wholesale products with my EIN.
Oh my goodness. Like going to Uline or Granger or, wow.
So that would have been like like I said, they purchased like $7,000, I guess. And I guess, it's the consumer, the person who buys, and then the store, they both have responsibility to pay the IRS, right? I'm new, so I'm so green. I don't even know how that works totally, but I kind of understand.
So on your tax form, you put 0 supplies, and on the store that it was purchased from got your EIN saying you purchased $7,000 worth of supply. Oh my goodness. That's the same thing that happens with charitable. When people write when they give their donations and a nonprofit doesn't report it, and you go filing that you had a tax write-off for a certain dollar amount.
Exactly. Say, it's so to me it's kind of stupid because I would have more to, if I can write off, there will be more to go around, right? But I didn't put anybody on my, thank goodness, I didn't really put anybody on my, like, as far as a partner in the company, right? But that person thought that I did that. But I didn't do that. Still, the onus would be on me because they never told me they made those sales.
Man, Angie.
So they told me they didn't make the sales. So like, it's just like, it's okay. It just tells me, I mean, that's another reason why I focus on the investing, because I can then put my, just stay on what I know, which is the consulting, staffing events and whatever, and doing like brand ambassador work for different companies, and then do the investing thing as fundraising, right?
Right.
And then I don't have to worry about nobody else. You see, I'm trying to work with people so we could come up together, but you can't think like that all the time, especially with family.
Honey. Oh, I better go. Another place you can find out if you pull your Dun and Bradstreet report.
Thank you.
If you pull your Dun and Bradstreet report, you can see if there's some charges. You'll see the charges.
Okay.
If they use your business, you'll see the charges on there as well. If they open up a credit card in your business name, all of that. If they purchase something,
they were trying to get me to do that, and I kept saying no because I wasn't trusting them 100%. Right. So I was like, I'm not opening an account with this name, and I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, but I'll find out.
Right. Yeah. So Brother Brother African Emporium, are you in a place where you could talk? So Brother Masters asked a question in the chat because he hear you talk about it all the time. Day trading as a business.
My little area now finally. I had to restart everything.
Oh,
bad area.
Yeah. Brother Mathis, as he said, I can remember you are Brother Oba AE spoke on this before. That day trading is a business since it requires you to buy and sell stock. Can you get the PPP loan off of that alone?
Yeah, well, if expenses, if you're well, you think about it like this, right? Because you can LLC, right? Even in this perspective, and I think I need to bring on a couple of people too who are actively utilizing their investment value like that. I've yet to do it because I'm so spread around a little bit, and I guess I'm trying to feel like I'm trying to hit some individual goals, and just come right out the gate, kind of full-fledged with everything. But very much so, which is great because again, like I was speaking with you in the very beginning, it has its same benefits in that perspective. The greatest thing about it is that your overhead is just basically like, oh man, it's like literally nothing. But you can accessorize on your tech by way of that, if you business brand it, right? Of course, if you want to have multiple screens and multiple laptops and things of that nature that you use, you want to upgrade your Wi-Fi from basic either the fiber or something like that, take it next level. You write all that stuff off, right? You get a chance to get all that stuff kind of put in perspective. You plan to take trips, to go to investment seminars or things of that nature, or you training people. Like say you may have a group of people that you're training or that you're giving information to, obviously that you can obviously say itemize it. If you whatever, PayPal or Cash App or whatever, you can really, really do it in the same likeness. Again, the great thing about it is that, really, you're not dealing with a whole lot of exorbitant expenses, which is great, So margin value, and then in the aspect of that is great beyond the capital gains. We talk about if you're doing, again, any speaking engagements or anything of that nature. You're training people. You say, well, hey, I got this on ramp, business model where I help people get started, right? Just teaching them about, how brokerage accounts and things of that nature. That's business, right? You're conducting a service, consulting, or, however. Again, and it's universally solid because, again, there's no proprietorship on the value of it. You don't have to worry about crossing over somebody else's lines, whatever. As long as you stay within the parameters of the SEC laws, you solid, right? So I love it. From that perspective, I always tell people, you got to work smart, not hard. At least path of resistance. If you ain't ready to take on inventory, you ain't ready to take on business model, you ain't ready to take on responsibility. I say stay within your lane and just keep building, right?
Yeah.
Establish some solid networks and just constantly just compound with the knowledge, even though you get a little capital on the side too. But at some point when you come out, you'll be straight, right? And so again, investment gives you that. I heard Suzanne saying that, she's focusing on that, because other stuff. But that's great, because now, the availability of, again, capital accrual, that becomes very it becomes a very demonstrative interest, right? That you can build from. If you trying to build a business, go through the parameters. You don't want to go through all the long processes, borrowing to buy. Well, you can, you can earn and then go buy. Meaning, utilize the markets, right? You can set yourself a 6-month time horizon, a 1-year time horizon, right? Again, any given day you wake up, you could be, that much more wealthier in the investment world, which is, again, in itself, it's like crazy, right? Your tax bracket changes overnight. We see that happens a lot in this. Just by being in the right places at the right time and just letting your money curate. In a lot of ways is what we're doing. But again, like I said, so by all intents and purposes, I tell people, it's just one of many avenues worth perusing. Again, running your day trading aspect like a business, because the RS only looks at $3,000 if you have on a $25,000 account. You can only claim up to $3,000 per annual, per tax season, and lost revenue, which is good. Even that perspective, you lose, you get the right $3,000, right? No more, no less. Even if you have more than that, you just have to carry the other remaining aspect into the next filing season. So that even that aspect of it's not moot. You don't lose it. It's just, you can only do $3,000 per tax season if you're not, LLC'd, or if you don't have at least $25,000 in your trading account, right? So again, the benefits of man, everything about this show, that's what it's about. It's about benefits. Think about it.
Yes.
This need to be called Urban Economic Empowerment Benefits Show.
I know, we can change the name.
Because everything here is a net positive. It really is a net positive. It's a net positive. And I say that meaning net, meaning you're landing qualified, tangible skill sets and information that you can now go apply to reap a benefit. The same way we can say, hey, here's a brokerage app, referral link, get signed up, get free stocks, literally, just for signing up. Mm-hmm. You just gained a net positive, and you spent literally nothing. Mm-hmm. Right? It's that kind of mindset. So again, I try to employ people mentally to say, hey, let me spread my cast net a little bit wider, and let me not be intimidated about all this, paperwork and legality and things of that nature. Because again, the people who really know how to use the system, those people really win. Let's be honest, right? Let's just be honest and cut to the crap. Jerking a hooking book here and there, that's fine. You can stretch the system and say, you know what, you're doing the work of your ancestors on that side too. Again, I get it. Trust me, I'm all with you on that part too. But in the same breath, I say, you know what, ain't nothing wrong with having duality. There's nothing wrong with having duality, right? Being savvy on both fronts, because again, every other people do it. We ain't gonna play the high road. We ain't finna play this premise road. Everybody else do it, right? We saw literally what last year, actually during the thick of COVID, you had fake Anglo-Saxons claiming to be Indian to reap the benefits that they was getting money for. And I always have it. Them construction contract, pure lily white people claiming that they were Indians, like American Indians. Like, you couldn't make this stuff up, right?
The money was set aside for them, and they wasn't applying, so they said, "Okay, we're gonna go get that."
They went right on there with that $5 anything. We're talking about millions of dollars. We ain't even talking about like tens of thousands. They're talking about millions of dollars in contract money. And so it's happening. Again, people are gonna stress the boundaries. I get it. And that's fine. But again, like I say this, when the government is giving, that's when you need to be trying to apply everything. Again, you can't lose nothing you never had. And so in this case, again, this is a one-off event in a lot of ways because it is. Everybody scrambling IRS off their game. Everybody kind of on their, playing from off their heels, supposed to the ball their feet. So they're very lenient and accepting right now. They're very lenient in a lot of ways. Again, you don't want to go out there do that stupid code. We've been seeing that too. You'll get a PPP 50,000, whatever, and you go turn up at the club buying cars and like, man, you brandishing it like, oh, they finna come. They gonna come on that one, right? They coming to see you on that one. But other stuff, you just gotta be savvy, okay? Even if you, let's say, because the way that even with this latest PPP, you don't need to have a corporation. You don't have to have a business license. You could just be what they consider to be, like, again, sole proprietor, gig economy, right? That requires no business license, right? All you really need is your social and, a itemization where you was making money doing this hustle, this hobby. And they will at minimum give you 1,000. At minimum give you 1,000, right? So you got to think about that, So I just say, man, we have to be, a little bit more daring, to go out there and challenge some of this opportunity presented, and utilize your think tank, utilize your tribe, right? Again, on Ubuntu, I am because we are. That's the energy, especially when you come to this channel, on every Wednesday. What it's going to be about. It's definitely family orientated in terms of workshop environment. It's just about, again, upgrading the mind of the folk, right, of the people, because they need it. And so great lesson, for what they call, for lack of a better way of saying it, Sister Angie, because now when you go through stuff like that, it really streamlines, your business acumen, right? It's very essential that we understand that, and we all have good hearts. I can say that unequivocally. I know everybody on here has really good hearts. I mean that. So they ain't, far-fetched to try to go out your way and do things to help, and that's fine. But reality is that, okay, when you're trying to establish something, like I said, when you're in building mode, y'all already know we don't have a luxury to have what? We don't have a luxury to have luxury, right? We cannot afford to make mistakes when you're trying to build, right? Because our moments to capitalize and seize opportunity when they come through, you got to be on point. I's dotted, T's crossed, whatever. Socks pulled up, right? Right? Clean underwear and everything. Let your old folks, you don't get accident with dirty underwear stuff. You got to be on point, basically. Because it comes with a little extra scrutiny sometimes for us than it does for other people. Granted. All right, but that's fine. But like I said, we here. Information is available. And we could do something on that too, as someone in the future about the investment, doing investment like a business, right? Because Sister Shonda came to me with that a while back, and she was thinking about doing it. Like, hey, definitely now, it's very easy to be exact, in terms of all the different business models that you can put forth, because again, it's a self-starting online business. As y'all always say, it's the best online business ever. Literally, what's your overhead? That you already paying already. You're paying your cell phone already. You're already paying for internet at your house. You already got a laptop, cell phone, computer somewhere around the place, right? The only thing you need now is access to the account to get to work, which is literally turnkey now. Turnkey. Credit, forget about it. Baby mother, forget about it. Felonies, forget about it. Right? Race, color, creed, sex, gender, orientation, forget about it. None of those things block you or bury you. All you gotta do is be able to fund that baby. Guess what? If the bank acting snatchy and all dusty because you might have had a bad bank experience and nobody want to open your account, you go right over to Walmart, open up your Green Dot account, and go right on the stash. Get excited. Right? Comes with a routing number. And accounting number. That means you can fund anything with that same scenario. Right? So again, man, we're in the business of eliminating excuses. Let's just find a way to be thorough on what we do. Right? So shout out. Definitely we'll get on that, Brother Masters, too. Maybe we could do a build on that. Maybe speak about it on one of the training sessions as well, more in depth.
Yes, and we have our LLC as with TD Ameritrade. We have the investment account, and number one, and I'll say this till I think since I've been working with Urban Economic Empowerment since we first started in 2017, You got to document your expenses. AE said it key. Majority of the expenses you already do. It's communications. So you got internet, you got cell phone. Mileage is a huge deduction. Huge. Got to document mileage or whatnot. Go ahead.
I was just saying, sure is. And that's easy too, cause like y'all know I am, especially if y'all utilizing my service, cause I have, like I said, both sides, right? Like I was telling you before, I know how to play both sides. I got the partnership, we trade HQ, so that way if you want it 100% documented, if you want to go that all the way to the left right there, we can go that route, right? It's a founded standing business, right? So even if you want to come cash out PayPal under my brand after report, I could do your invoice right on PayPal the same way, right?
Bam.
Again, them $30 a month, you know what I'm saying, that you're paying, if you're getting a train or whatever.
Yep.
Of course, you do that on a per annum basis. You already see what if you're gonna be a little bit around 300 bucks. You again, shake and move with that. See how that works?
Yes, and that's your proof that you made a business transaction.
So that's exactly what I often say.
I'm sorry.
Willfully, you know what I'm saying? So I always tell people, we make it very attainable and very applicable. And see, that's my mindset. Again, like I said, it's not to try to get rich off of people. Like, well, you shortcutting yourself and like this, that, and the third. I get that a lot, but I still say to myself, you know what? I realize where we are and what we're trying to accomplish. So this again is still in that build, break, build status, where we're not, in my opinion, we have not yet reached the masses of people that I feel like is necessary to get this information. Not just on this side of the house, and urban economic empowerment, all the different things to do with business management, business budget and LLC, C corp, S corp, the whole nine, everything that you break down dutifully and beautifully every week, and everybody we brought on over the time, and they added something to it, right? Under the legality aspect of it too, which is really awesome because we're not telling you go look at no Black Law Dictionary to do it this way. We ain't trying to hook your book nobody. So again, it's a lot of applicable knowledge here and data that a person can do it. They just have to have the interest. Y'all know that's my favorite saying. No such thing as permanent friends, permanent nothing. There's only permanent interest. If you don't have an interest in stuff, you ain't gonna submit the time, the energy to delve into it. And it's as simple as that. Right? And so that's just how we have to move. We just trying to find people who have a like-minded interest in stuff, and then we're gonna build. Right? And then if they want a branch to do something, okay, you want an LLC, hey, here's how you can do it. You have an issue trying to figure out how you writing off taxes or you lost, here's how you do that there. Right. And so that's how it goes. Again, I know, man, we talked about how important 2020 was in terms of it being an eye-opening scenario for a lot of people, especially Black folk. Right. 2021, hey, here's your time to not to go out and apply. Right. Here's where you go out there and put, power literally to the grindstone and make it happen. So shout out to everybody that tunes in. I just say that, right? And who's trying to actively better their situation. Right? And the homeschoolers. I heard you, Christine. Shout out to the homeschoolers.
Yes.
So y'all figured out how to do this thing now. Y'all kicking butt, taking names. Just like, why would I want to go back to a public school system? Well, effective if you learn how to hustle. You know what I'm saying? Thoroughly. So shout out to that.
Thank you. Yeah, teaching these kids how to, well, I'm getting them used to the screens because they like to play like they're disinterested, but they come around with their curiosity reading the screens. I'm like, look at that formation. I'm trying to get them into the colors and the trends.
Yeah, pattern and colors trend. First thing that you learn from the colors and level as a child, right? That's the first thing everybody learns. Patterns, trends, color matching. It's the same thing. And and so I do even with my kid, my little son, we like, so what's this? What's the green candles? What are the red candles? Where do you see a pattern, on the screen? Right. And then just have them pointed out, and go over a little terminology, a little bit at a time again, slow walk them. You don't have to force them, just slow walk them, let it build that interest. But eventually you'll get those kids acclimated. They'll be excited about it. And then they'll see the importance of it once it really begins to take off, especially when you get them a custodial account. You show them how to take their savings or their allowance, and now they can now work it. Right, they can work it.
Yes.
That's best thing for a child to feel like they can, make money on their own time, or on their own perspective. So.
This morning, a lot of my the call options, they shot up while I was working on the remote schooling with them. So I had to show them, and I said, look, that was $200.
How that work?
You have to let you do your work, let mommy do her work, and then I won't lose.
Yeah, how that work?
That was $200. I said, I saw the I saw the trend, I saw my line, whatever you call it, shot up, and I'm like, what was that? So I realized it was my ePay. It was a few of them at the same time. It was like ePay. It was
I'm sorry.
What's the other one called? The one that I keep calling out, beginning with an A. I have to look it up. Okay, I gotta look it up and show y'all. But it was definitely the ePay. The ePay keeps, I would do that. I think that's an algo that does that. But it was a few of them today.
Oh, one second, Angie. Oh, Angie, stash party. Get your stash party.
Okay. Waste management went up too.
You're gonna come back in. You're gonna come back in. We're gonna open up some charts.
Everybody getting paid. I get that cash, brother.
George, you gotta get that stash account. I gotta teach you how to invest.
What account was it?
Stash. Hold on, I'll see you the link.
Stash account. See, I need all this stuff.
I might see your link. Hold on.
Yeah.
You get free fractional shares.
Thank you so much, over Chris.
I just walked back in when I heard that the stash account. I heard you see George. I was on my porch.
Wow, y'all good. Let me look and see what the name of those.
Damn. See, we got a free fractional share. So tonight we got Destination Dainty Tea Party. So this is the name of the company that we've got. And they will alert you on Twitter. Chris does a really good job of keeping us informed on the stash party. I just sent you the link. So you log in to stash and stash stock party, and then you get in, and then you log in. Well, once you sign up, so stash, let me just go to the site, is an investment
Okay.
Site that you could go to, and you could purchase assets, equities, you could purchase ETFs, you could purchase these fractional shares, right? Stocks and ETFs. And so you could start it, and it has a monthly, you got different plans that you come with. And most of us, we have, we started with one plan, move our way up. So I started on the beginner with the $1 a month. Oh, look at that. Stash done got smart. They done put the stock back card on a $1 a month. They ain't bad. Oh, they made some changes. You see that, AE? They done put, okay, so when I first started, George, you couldn't get it's a debit card. Oh, he dropped off.
I'm right here.
You here? Okay. Yeah. You couldn't get the debit card in the beginning plan. You had to do the $9 a month plan. So they made a lot of changes. So now you get the stock back card. So it's a debit card that you could use like to get direct deposits.
These the COVID changes. The COVID changes.
Yeah. You see that, huh? So yeah, so we use it. I mean, I have the $9 a month because I use the investment. Oh, they even got life insurance offer. That's why Chris is like, Mo, you got to go over stash. They have a lot of changes. Hold on, somebody waiting for me to give them the stash stock party link. Give me 1 second so they can log in.
Yeah, my bad. I messed around and clicked myself. I forgot I'm using the browser on my cell phone.
Yeah, I'm looking at my Akebia Therapeutics. That's at 345. That was one of the stocks that jumped up.
Okay. Today. Hold on. Let me go to what else? Trader View. All right. So if you go to get into investments, George, then you want to we use the Trading View. So Brother African Emporium put us onto some accounts, and I'll go through a few of them, and then he can add his tab bits too, where we look at the charts. When we pulling up charts, we use the trading view a lot to view when we analyzing the different asset classes. And so trading view, and I'll put the links in the Zoom chat. So if you wanted to save them to your favorites on your computer, you can and revisit later. So trading view, hold on, y'all. I need to. Angie, you want to share your screen now, your stock or no?
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can do this.
Let me stop sharing. I gotta do 2 more. I gotta help my brother and my uncle with their stash party real quick. If you can share, I want to learn how. So Angie's gonna show us how she set up some screeners in Webull. Oh, you don't have to go to your account in Webull. You could, you can do the screen in Webull without opening up your account.
Yeah, just go straight to your web browser.
Yeah, just
straight to your web
browser. Let's see. I was looking at my Robinhood. Okay, how do you see? You always catch me on this morning. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'll open it.
Get out of here.
I'll open it. You could just walk me through it. I'll open it.
Okay. Hold on a second. Oh, for my. Hold on.
Oh, you got it? Okay, there you go.
Doing something.
Here I go again with this thing. You see? How do I do this?
No, go to Google. Go to Google and just open it up straight from Google.
See my Webull.
Unless you want to go to your account stuff, because you know how it is. If you want to share your personal, that's up to you.
That's okay. I'm still learning the Webull. I don't have a lot on there. Let me see my position. All right, so on the Webull, am I sharing it? Can you see? Hold on a second. Let me. Yeah, that's my Webull. Okay, so that's my watch list so far, right? And if I click on that little magnifying glass at the top to search, the three dots at the top right hand side. No. Oh, you see, I'm terrible at this. Click on the magnifying glass. And then you see where it says screeners, top gainers, calendar. That's how you can start to program your screeners. I'm looking to see what you all are looking at on the screen so I can move to the next. Okay, so I click on, hold on, that's one, that's not. I click on screeners. You see where it says create new screener?
Yeah.
Hold on. That's not one of my, I don't know if I have that stock. I'm just watching it, I think. Okay, but all right. Create new screener. So as you see on my screeners, I'm watching tech stocks, penny stocks, the Golden Cross, high dividend yield bank stocks, and high market value US stocks. Okay, so I like the Golden Cross one. There's no matches right now, but if I click the three dots at Golden Cross, see it says modify filters, go to that and say the volume here. If I adjust the volume, I might find some you see how it says estimated matches 795? Is there a delay or can you guys see right there?
I can see it.
Okay, so sometimes I'll mess with the volume to see if I see anything.
And the Golden Cross, so that George knows, the Golden Cross.
Let me read it for you.
Yeah.
The Golden Cross occurs when the 50-day moving average of a stock crosses above its 200-day moving average. The Golden Cross, in direct contrast to the cross of death, is a strong bullish market signal indicating the start of a long-term uptrend. But it's not something that it doesn't always work that way, as you know that things could just flip. So some traders don't use that. It's just something that you can see the trend. It says, be careful of blindly trading the Golden Cross because the market can whipsaw you. You can use the golden cross as a trend filter. Look to buy only when the 50-day is above the 200-day moving average. All right, so I changed the volume on this so I can maybe it'll return some, maybe it'll give me a return. So you see here, I click on golden cross. Now it says 7 matches, right? So this is what shows up on whoever recently had a golden cross with that volume that I set it for. And right here, you could kind of get an idea where you might want to jump in. I look for the penny stocks here.
Mhm.
I see, like, I probably would. I see the big ones, but I really don't. I can't. I'm looking for options to trade, right?
Mhm.
And I really usually cannot afford to buy an Amazon option or JD option or the larger company. So I try to go for the penny stocks with that. Looking for one. These are all big. Let me just look at JD. Okay. And see, that's how, is there any, I don't know what else to show you, but that's how you make your screener.
Okay.
Oh, let's try to make a new one, create a new screener. Okay, now we could think of one that you like to, let's see.
Well, since you did the golden, oh, go ahead.
Oh, do you want to see the death cross?
Yeah.
I don't know if they show the death cross.
A bullish engulfing, and the 3 white.
Oh, where
come down?
They have the RSI oversold.
Oh yeah, yeah. But they got the 24 RSI.
They have the 24 and the 6. Is that a 6? They have a 6. RSI 6 oversold. I don't know, guys. Do you see any ones that I could probably?
Well, we know the 3 white horses are bullish indicator.
I understand. Oh, here, right here.
And yeah, you can do that one.
And do you do that in combination with another?
No.
Indicator. Hold on. Let's say 3 white stallions. Now let me stop. Of course.
Killer stallions.
Okay, mares. 3 white mares now. Okay. So look at this. The 3 white horses, you got 36 stocks that popped up.
36. So click on one so we can. So for the audience,
let's go to one that had a nice movement. Look at this. BGNE bell.
No, Brother Mathis, you could pull it up on your desktop as well.
I saved this guy here.
Okay, boom.
BG.
Oh, that go right here. The 3 right there, ain't it?
Yes. Hold on. I wish I could.
I don't know on it.
These.
Hold on, let me see.
You want me? Do you see it on you have it on your screen?
I'm trying. I gotta remember where you go and get that little annotated thingy.
Let me.
I forgot. I forgot. I know when you share your screen, he do it on our screens all the time. But
is it to add? You want me to add a?
Let me
add an indicator here. Oh shoot, I did. Okay, go back.
Okay.
I totally am learning Weeble like a turtle.
But the 3 candles is what the 3 green candles ascending up with the
red.
With the wick coming up.
Oh, with the wick at the top?
Yeah.
Okay.
The top wick. There 3. There it is right there on the end. Ascending up. But this one even have the double bottom, the W. Yeah, so this one definitely say bullish to me. Or I
Look
could
at
do,
it, look at
I
it.
could make an argument. Yeah. So was that today? Oh, that was
This,
the first.
let me go back.
They
Oh, it
got
doesn't
earnings coming up.
show the date here, but that is the, these are what came up for okay, for today. Let's go. What date is it?
So all right.
No,
So
that is today. You see the big green candle?
oh,
428.
okay. Okay. Yeah, boom, right there. Man, it made a pretty good move. It went from it came off that pullback, that 289.29 up to 356.
Okay, yeah.
Dang, what they had earnings today or something? No, their earnings ain't until the spit May the 6th. Let me look at my phone. What's the news? You see the news on the bottom?
This right here.
The green, the 3 green going up
Yeah.
above it.
Up
Oh,
above
you
it,
learned.
right?
Who did that? Hey,
Me.
you did it?
Yeah, but
Oh,
I'm cheating. I'm just using my I'm just using my screenshot with the with the highlighter.
oh.
I don't know how to do it, but okay.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, you did something. It's the 3 green.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
Right here.
yeah.
Cool. Yay. Okay. I'm
3
getting out.
lighthouse.
I'm so shy. I wanna show the Robinhood, but I don't know how to not show my
Oh, you want to show it on Robinhood? Well,
I
you could.
wanted to it
Go.
wants me to sign back on.
No, you could. Or you
I
can
could
walk.
just
You want to
I could
walk? Oh, Andrew, you high speed. You got the patterns as a screensaver.
Oh yeah.
Check
Because I want to
you
make sure it stays
out.
in my subconscious.
Oh my gosh, you doing it big.
These are kind of easy though. These guys now they're like,
You doing
okay.
it. Hey, you see that AE and Brandon? Check her out.
I got the same exact thing.
I'm hating.
I got the
Some
same
guys
exact thing on
don't-
my
You
my
got
laptop.
you do too, Brandon?
Yep.
Y'all big timing.
Yeah, because with the foreign exchange, because I'm told you cannot neglect that one, and I'm definitely not paying enough attention to the foreign exchange ones. Those you gotta know these MFs right here. You gotta know these patterns because it moves so fast. So yeah.
She said, I gotta know these. I gotta get them. Okay.
That's why I've been, heavily in the emphasis of a lot of that within a lot of the training. You know that. Of course, we speak a lot about the most 2 common ones, the falling wedge and the rising wedge, because they're the most universal ones. Especially when you're dealing with the amount of market, right? We're dealing with, where it's obviously, ample liquidity, what we call, bought and paid for liquidity by the Feds. You have a lot of run-ons, because again, everybody's still eating off free money. So, there's no need to run for cover quite yet. It's getting ready to taper off soon, but establishing run on the patterns, because if the spy's running, typically everything else is trying to correlate with it. You know what I'm saying? So you'll get a chance to get those kind of demonstrative patterns. Unlike when there's a market that's kind of choppy and ain't really a whole lot of movement, no expansion, it's hard to read a lot of those patterns. But of late, they just been very, demonstrative. Because everybody's trying to get all they can before the musical chairs game stops in terms of the Feds, when they go back to raising rates. So yeah, learn those patterns. And that's why I say the first thing you learn as a child is what? Pattern recognition. Cognitive building skills come from pattern recognition, color coordination, channel, trend location, matching, all that. It's very synonymous, So, we're really good at that, Black folk. Right? So yeah, definitely, kudos to you, Sister Angie. Brother Brandon, you say you speak it, you do it as well, because you learn that, man, half the battle is done, seriously. Especially if you intraday trading, options and so forth and whatever, into a callus, out of a callus, whatever. It really puts you in the driver's seat.
Yes. I saw it. Okay, so I bought this put in cheesecake. See, I always hear AE's voice like, do
Look at that.
not trade against the strength. You know, trade the strength. What is it? What is it she said? I can hear the voice. I put it in foot. It went up today. Right? That was
They
one of
got
them.
earnings tonight. They had earnings tonight and then beat. Like I was, remember we talked about that on
Yep.
training
Training.
Thursday. I said keep
Yep.
down cheesecake. It's
Yeah.
overall it's a value play, but they are, they got to pay for that high state high price real estate that's underneath them. And right now, it's a defensive play because everybody running the value stocks is supposed to grow. That's why tech getting pummeled, right?
Yeah.
So Cheesecake Factory. We spoke about even Party City and many other stocks. Like that Crocs, right? When we talked about Crocs and earnings, little Crocs.
Oh yeah.
That Crocs crushed it. That was, we
I-
like, hey,
I've been in it. I've been in it for a while, boy.
see? Getting paid, young blood, get paid.
Get paid. Let's go ahead, keep talking. I'm just bringing up the chart.
And of course, the waste management, definitely.
Oh,
Waste
yep. Brandon brought that one out a while ago. Oh,
Yeah.
look at them charts. I love it. Yes. I got in crowds when Justin Bieber decided he want to put them on his feet and sport them.
And he only did it because it was a publicity move
Yep.
because they saw a lot of the nurses and first responders getting a lot of love about it because Crocs donated to a lot of those people, right? During the big of COVID. It was a great PR stunt, right? A good one. It's a good one, but there's something for a good PR stunt. Don't think it's negative when you say stunt. But if you're trying to capitalize on a moment of awareness, so their balance sheet, is impeccable, right? They got cash reserves and they got a step of approval listed on the earnings recently that, this is a major, the cost what it is. It's value at this point, but it has the ability to have some sticking power to be a growth little play. You talk about in the shoe space, how universal is Crocs is as opposed to people buying high price Nikes, right?
Deshandra got this in an option. I know she killing it because when she had it and it was at she was at 3 something. Go ahead. I'm sorry, A.
No, you're right. No, but it's again, that's why we, the importance of, the village, right? Or your tribe, so you can discuss these different opportunities, right? You need people who are actively engaging opportunity, right?
Look
So,
at the fundamentals.
Yeah, there you go. See? There it is, right? So the money here they're just turning over like crazy.
Okay, we got George on here. George probably like, I don't know what they say.
Crocs somewhere. I wonder where I have the
It's all synonymous. It's all it is paper trail. That's one thing I tell people, man. You'll be surprised. I told y'all that in the very beginning when I first, met y'all and y'all only respective places in time. I said, you know what? You guys are gonna be so surprised when you stop and realize you're already really programmed to do these things because you understand budget, you understand business, you understand bills, you understand the price of goods and services that we buy all the time, right? And margin compression and margin expansion, right? Now you just need to kind of formulate a thesis of how you can invest in the same things that you're already consuming, right? Where you're gonna get a fair value on it if you just be patient, let it roll over. So you take a scenario where let's say you eat out once a week from Domino's. If you eat out once a week from Domino's and you say your typical bill for a family of 4 is roughly between 40, $40, 30 to 40, $50, right? That's every week, right? Well, I think I said week there. If you time that time, 52 weeks, how much is that?
Well, how much you said?
If you eat Domino's, let's say you do a family ritual, you do a Domino's every week, right?
Every
That's
week.
a family thing. And family of 4, you pay between 30, 50, 40, $50, we'll just hit 40 in the middle.
40
how much
times
is 40 times 52 weeks?
$2,080.
That's $2,080, right? Now, if you take the stock value, let's say from a growth perspective, where's Domino right now? Just real quick, Domino's like
Domino's. Hold on, bring it up. Domino's Pizza D, Piece D. It's $403.95.
430 something. So what was their yearly performance? I'm just curious. Over last year COVID to where we are now.
Yearly performance. Keep it on the daily and then look at the bottom, or put it on monthly and keep it on bottom.
Well, it could be either or. Let's see.
Okay. So the yearly performance year 13.47%.
All right, so 13.47%, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you take that in comparison in value, right? Say, okay, well, we like the pizza. Why not like the stock, right? It yielded 13% per annum as of to date. It's up 13%, right? So you actually say how much you would have to spend, right, to equate that to what you're going to blow in pizza consuming to get it back to the investment value, right? So whatever dollar amount is going to take to require within the 13% increase to attain that $2,000 value back, well, guess what you did? You had a zero-sum game. You basically got a free pizza. Just investing in the company, I'm saying, right? Taking a little money, add to it. You know what I'm saying? Be it stash, be it a regular account. You got a little extra money in tax season. Okay, you're going to diversify a little. Throw a little bit in the domino. Throw a little bit in maybe in the pizza. If Domino's ain't outperforming better than the competitors, there's no rule that you got to go with Domino. Go invest in Papa John's, right? Go all in on Pizza Hut through Young Brands, right? But that's what I love about this because you're not locked in anything. You just got to understand how to shake and move and shift income, right? And benefit, from the investment side. Right? So there's always a way. So it's exciting when you think about it. You got to get in the habit of doing it. That's all it is. It's all habitual.
All right. So for those of you guys who are watching, what I did was I switched the screen to FinViz. This is a site, financial visualization that you can go to, and you can look at companies, and it'll give you like a quick snapshot of the charts, and it'll also give you a snapshot of their financials.
You talking about Domino's, Mo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Domino's.
You ain't got Domino's in your portfolio.
Hold on, let me see. I might have it in my stash. I bet my stash is up. I bet my stash is killing it. I ain't showing you either. But let's see. Hold on. Let me go back. All right. So let me put this in the chat. Oh wait, did I put it in a Zoom chat already? Okay, let me put this one in the Zoom chat. Let me just put it just a screen. So yeah, I'm gonna get back in and try to organize. Now that the tax season is winding down, I'm kind of winding down. I have about another 2 weeks of helping people.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many of you on the panel or in the chat have the S&P 500 in your portfolio?
Me.
That is the first thing you should be buying.
There I go.
It's cool to buy individual stocks, of course.
Talk to him, Chris.
Do not have the S&P 500 in your portfolio. You have to ask yourself why you don't, and why are you buying other stuff and not the top 500 companies in America or in the world, I should say.
The ETF, right? Let me go to stash. Oh no, I can't go to stash. Let me go to Webull. Let me go to Webull.
Excuse me.
Webull is another account. Let's see.
Did you know that the S&P 500 is over, I believe, 80-something% now from a year to date?
We're gonna look at it. Year to date.
If I'm right. In fact, let me go check. I posted about this maybe about 3 weeks ago.
Charts. Look at these charts. Look at it. Look at it.
All free money.
Let me squeeze this in.
All free money. Index funds are very superlative because, again, like over Chris is saying, you're getting a collection, right? You're getting a basket of stocks all in one. So it negates having to deal with whether or not the individual stock gonna kind of lag or break out, whatever. You have to deal with that when you got that collection, right? Mm-hmm. And historically, over time, again, we just go basically by historical value of primary resource to tell you that the S&P 500 or the index fund index has always outperformed the broader market, given a neutral market environment.
Right.
And in this case, it's just free money because the Fed ain't got no chill with that printing press. It went literally the COVID lows. We had the S&P 500 at 218. Now it's sitting at 418 right now. What is that? That's
Yep.
100%. That's based about 100% in about a year and what was it, April? 2 months. A year, you up 100% on the S&P 500. Stop playing. Right? Stop playing. Right? And we're beating that drum really hard during COVID, trying to get people, acclimated. But yeah, you know how it go. When people ready, they ready. We get it. But he's 100% right. You got to understand how to, again, income shift, move money around, and put it in fertile soil and let it work.
And if y'all haven't, go get that free stock from Stash.
Yep, we did the stock party.
Okay. But yeah, S&P 500. Man, listen. That's the mistake that that would be one thing I would see as wisdom now is, index funds. Investing in index funds first, then individual stocks. Because, like Oba said, it's weighted with 500 in the top companies. So it moves a lot more controlled than, other individual stocks would. So ETFs, you should be banging out on those.
And it got a dividend.
Yeah, and yes, it pays you a dividend, quarterly dividend. So,
and the great thing about it in the country wisdom too, when you think about your portfolio risk value, right? You think about especially where you are, where a lot of us, especially if you kind of more controlling your income, tell them what money you got coming in, and you're trying to make sure you kind of stay in a low risk environment, a low beta environment. Then of course your best asset ownership is going to be index fund, and then you can go to some kind of form, outstanding players that's out there that are going to be around 5-10 years, right? But you can't lose that. Again, you just park money in there and just kind of keep adding to it. Again, we talking about glorified savings account. You can't beat it, right? You're not gonna beat it. Again, Buddy Lee style. You can't bust them, right? You got to get used to understanding, how to again move money around thoroughly and watch it grow for you, right? So yeah, 100% right, man. Really good information.
So Mo, can you tell me 10 companies that are in the S&P 500?
Yeah, I sure can. Here they go, right here. Bam. I got ahead of you.
No cheating. No cheating.
Too late.
They hit you with that Calhoun tug. I wrote a song about like, here you go.
I was already ahead of that game. I said he gonna ask what companies are in S&P.
Dang, look at you. Look at you.
Barclays is one that I am buying into.
And here's the percentages of them that are in.
And it's only $418.
$418.
So how much it put up 100% from the COVID lows, right? So again,
absolutely.
That same kind of mindset. If you got your first stimulus check with $1,200, let's say you bought two shares, right? Two shares, 500 at 218 off the low. Of course, you get that self-defense low, but if you were hanging out with us, you would have been ready, right? I got to throw that out there. But nonetheless, again, now that what 836, whatever it is how much?
Yep.
It's now worth what, 17 or 16 something right there, $1,600 some odd dollars.
Yeah.
Put that in the check for y'all.
Almost $1,700, just like that.
We talked about, let me see if I can get that spreadsheet.
And that's just two shares, so
just two shares, man. Listen.
But it's asset ownership. That's the great part about it. You own it. You own it, brother Chris.
You own it, Chris.
Yeah. You done bought all the Popeyes in the world, but you know this S&P 500. It's been banging. You know what I'm saying? Chicken 99 cents every Tuesday. You get how many Tuesdays in a year? It don't even matter. The point is, you could have multiplied your money had you put that stimulus, a little bit of that stimulus in the S&P 500 and let it work. We got to learn how to put our money and stuff and just let it grow. We always want to be paranoid. Oh, it went down. It went down. No, you can't invest like that. Scared money don't make no money. You got to put that money in and let it work.
Say it again.
Because it ain't working at Popeyes. It's not working. It's working for somebody else because you're giving it to them. But we got to put it in these different assets. You know what I'm saying? You got the top 500 companies in the world, in this index fund. You consume at a lot of them.
What's their performance for the year? What was their performance? What?
It's got to be about 100% now. It's got to be 100% because
if the SPY's at 418, it's at 100%.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta know. We was at 218 on the COVID low. If it's at 418 now on the S&P or the futures, it's 100%.
So if I wanted to just get that number, the percentage other than FinViz,
go year to date.
Use the
go to TradingView and put on do the year to date chart or
year to date.
Year to date probably, but definitely cause you want to
and put the percentage. Put that percentage up.
It would actually show you on TradingView.
I'm on there right now.
There where the OHLC at, you got to change the chart to reflect that yearly worth or that time horizon though, because it's going to try to just read where it's at current. You got to put in a time horizon for that, for what you're trying to get.
So on the bottom I click year to date, and then let's go here, and
year to date gonna only be from January this year
now, right?
To where we at now.
Okay, so
that's just for the year to date. Go ahead.
So do 1 year.
So you can either put in the time frame, or you can put in let's just say you put in the 52-week chart. They got that on, I say that, but year, I guess a yearly, whatever. And then you can do that, and then do the backtrack the remainder from the March. Because we're in April now, so
we just looking at the dollar amount. Oh, I thought maybe it'll show like the percentage. So
it will, like I say, on well, I guess I ain't home, my bad. But I would say you would it would be up there where the OHLC at, where it show open, high, low, close.
Over here.
At the top left, it also be a percentage value of the chart value, what you might be kind of putting in specifically.
I must have to add that. I don't have that. I don't have the percentage. Brandon, where you at?
Call Brandon.
No.
Don't be trying to use Brandon like that. Don't let her use you like that, brother. Yep. Right. From the lows last year, from 218 to now, that's 100%. That's the lowest that the S&P 500 was. Now it's up $200 more plus that. Listen, man, this is not a game. This ain't a lottery, man.
126. Brandon, how do I get that? How do I get it on mine?
So you go over and you scroll over to the numbers on the right hand side.
Yep.
And then you left click.
Oh, I ain't got my mouse.
Oh, come on, Bo. You ain't got them. Come on now.
Upstairs.
Look at you wasting Brandon time. Look at
you make me sick, Chris.
Get it, Chris. Get it. No, go to the bottom.
Right here, that little thingy, right?
Yeah, the bottom corner, that little gear. Click that.
Yeah, that's what
percentages.
Where?
Percentages.
Yeah, I did that. Did it? But it don't show up over here.
Oh no, it shows up on the right hand side. So when you go all the way back to the lows, so if you go back to
close
the lows,
Oh, I could just do like this.
And that's 0.
Yeah, March 23rd was the actual date, if I ain't mistaken. I know that date.
Yep, March
I
23rd.
got it tattooed on me somewhere.
I got that thing
Yeah.
tattooed. Talk about it all the time.
Oh yeah.
Man, listen,
So-
if y'all had acorns, y'all still would have been in the money too. Because
Oh, yeah, I
acorns
got
put
acorns.
in the index funds too.
Can you tell me
They
how?
put it in S&P 500 too. You
Wait,
know,
Chris,
and
can you tell me how to change
what?
my acorn investment?
Change it. What you mean change it?
Well, because one of my friends, okay, so she has acorn, I have acorn, but her what she's in, she's getting a better percentage value than I am. I don't like that.
It's probably because she probably invested into the her IRA and her regular investment account. Because what acorns do, it spreads your money into all different types of index funds.
Right.
And once you learn the ticker symbols, then you'll find out those same index funds is on Stash, is on Webull, it's on Robinhood, but they automatically do it for you.
Yeah.
So you got the real estate, you got the small caps, the large caps, international. Your money just every freaking where. You got money everywhere. That's what they do.
Mine is on a conservative and is in all bonds.
Oh no, you got to move it up to aggressive.
Yeah, and I put like $100 in it a month. I'm like, why this thing? I need to move it, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, bonds did okay, but now they starting to taper out. And it depends when you got into it. So yeah, you need to go equity. Oh, not equity, but more stock related.
Okay, I gotta
kind of leave the bonds alone. I just sold mine not too long ago. Matter of fact.
Okay, I gotta figure out how to do that.
I had to get it up out of there. Okay, so.
All right. Back to this percentage deal. So I don't understand how you guys could see the percentage. And I know, by dollar and calculation, I know, but like on the screen, mine not showing.
Mo, come on.
Right, so if you go to the daily chart right now, go to the daily chart on TradingView.
I'm on daily.
Now look up there again. I always go to that OHLC because I've been hammering y'all a little bit about that. You got to follow that money. Go up there, look at the OHLC for today, and see how much the S&P 500 put up in percentage. You're gonna have a percentage right on the far right hand side. At the very top right hand left hand corner, you should see the percentage gain that the S&P 500 put up today on the daily chart.
You must be missing something right here.
Right. Because you might don't have it up there where you can see it. You probably took it down from your chart.
Yeah.
But by default, it's going to show you the OHLC open, high, low, close.
I got high, low. Oh man, I got to figure that. Okay, I'm going to have to do it on my own time. I'll figure it out. I don't want to hold anybody up. Okay.
Yeah, the top left-hand corner of your screen. Up there where it says, see right there where it says like the SIBO, SPY and all that?
Right here.
At the very top, yeah. So you should be able to click on there. And it should be able, you should see it to the far left, but you got it probably blacked out because your screen setting. But if not, hit the elliptical thing and then put let me see. Symbol info, let's see. Let me see. Nope. Trade settings, hit symbol info. Let me see. Is it
oh, this just giving matrix.
I forgot. Yeah. That's where it would be.
I think it's in this
visual order. Hit visual order. And let's see. Bring to the front. Yeah, hit bring to the front. Or bring forward or bring to the front. Let's see.
Try settings. I go on the settings.
Trace. Oh, down the bottom.
Yeah. See what is. Okay. Click on appearance.
Yeah, that's gonna be for the screen too. Like, yeah. So if you have it blacked out,
you might be right back to symbol. Symbol might be on there somewhere. Symbol might have it on.
Status line. Status line. Yeah, there. OHLC values right there.
Oh,
Okay.
damn, there you go. Hey, where y'all been hiding?
And you also, you do bar chain value, all that. You click on that, and let's see, and it should pop up now when you
Yeah.
okay it.
Oh,
There you go. See the percentages up there? There you go.
now
So,
when I put it, okay, all right.
and now you just got to change the chart to reflect the time frame that you're trying to
Oh, okay. So,
see where the percentage. Let me see.
yeah.
Let's say if you
Yeah.
do. Let me see. Because it's still because you're doing it on the. Yeah, you see, you got it on the daily though. See at the top, you got it on the daily. Even though you got the yield at the bottom. So change that up the
Mhm.
top. No, go to the top. No, go to the top. The top. Yep. Go to the far right. Hit the the drop down arrow. Hit the drop down arrow.
Okay.
Click it.
What you mean? What you mean?
Yep.
Click
Hit
on
drop
it.
down
Yeah.
I
now.
clicked
There
on.
you go.
Now change it to let me see. Change it to try monthly. Let me see. Let me see if it'll see. Let me see. Okay, so it's gonna give you just a month from now. Now go to the bottom
Mhm.
and click. Well, let's say 1 year. Let's see if it'll do it from there. If it'll read it. No, it's not gonna do it that way too, because it's
Oh man,
let me see year to day. How you do it on there? Yeah, I gotta wait till I get home. My bad.
that's
I'm out
fine.
here. I'm out here at the golf course playing, messing around.
I ain't mad at it. Do you think? Do you think?
But
Oh.
like, but obviously, you'll be able to see that
And
value in there.
I can put it on. I can put it on like here, right?
Yeah. So the March 23rd.
Right
Now, if
here.
you click on that, that was just on the daily, but it should be able to read. Oh man, let me just wait till I get home.
No problem. I'll learn it at some point. I was just trying to figure out. Yeah, yeah. I just was trying because I was trying to figure out. We were remember Chris when we did our little chart to show how much you man. We was putting in the tickers and saying if you take a certain dollar amount and broke it down and invest it across these different tickers.
Uh-huh.
A few
Yeah.
months ago,
I remember.
and we saying how
You,
much you could save.
yeah. You still got that spreadsheet?
It's right here.
Oh, okay. I was looking up. Something. See something.
These are the ones that we had brought out that day, and we said if you just take, I think it was just $100 at the time. We take $100 and invest it monthly in a
Mm-hmm.
fraction of shares to see what you can come up with, and try to,
Yeah,
show 'em.
we can do that. You can put you bought 2 shares at $218 or
Yeah,
whatever it was, 218.26 or something like that it was.
where we had to have the percentage gain. But anyway, that was for that. I'm gonna revisit this so I can put this in some type of PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you remember how to calculate percentage?
yeah, don't you you take the lower dollar amount divided by the higher, and then add it to the the lower by the higher. Hold on, I gotta take this call. Go ahead. You talk. I'm gonna mess with the screen.
Okay. When she come back, she ain't gonna escape that answer. She gonna have to answer.
How I knew
But
you was gonna say that.
Yeah, Chris.
yeah, so that that move in itself in 1 year, and this is not unordinary for the S&P 500 to perform well over a year's time. But from the pandemic low, which drove it down to, record low price during this time or this age, $218. That is, that's chump change for a lot of people. People spend that on food in a week. to now where it's 418 times. So it's just $418. So basically it's doubled in over a little over a year. You can't make this up. This ain't lottery, you know, this is just straight performance, you know, however it's being done, whether the Fed putting all the money into it or whatnot, into the markets or whatnot, it don't matter. It's not failing. That's the point. The point is your money should be there. That's the point. You know, it don't matter how much you take to invest on a monthly or a weekly or bi-weekly basis. You have to start putting your money into these assets so it can grow for you. You know, and you can't expect to get in this game and, you know, to be wealthy, you know, pass on generational wealth, you know, and not, you know, put the money and the time in to understand, you know, how these companies perform, these indexes perform, and, you know, to just stick it out, you know, to let it grow patiently. You know, we didn't learn anything on the fly. So it's not gonna, you know, you're not gonna be rich and wealthy overnight. So it's the same process. You know, when you plant something, you got to give it time to grow. It needs all the nutrients. You know, with plants, you need water and sun and all the other, you know, essential things to grow. It's the same thing with this. You know, you got to keep feeding the machine for it to do what it needs to do. And you have to trust that it's going to do what it needs to do. You know,
It's a great conversation to add to that is like when you kind of position that or proposition it to someone else, because again, like we always say, we don't own the stock market, so we can't say something that we don't own. That's number one.
Mm.
So you have just as much opportunity as anybody. And then you say to yourself, what's the alternative, right? As we use the word TINA, right? That's an acronym that they use in the market a lot. There is no other alternative. What do you have? Right? You gonna try to what? Throw out your money market account? Good luck with that. You know, outside of you working for it yourself, what else do you have? What are the? That's how you just phrase like, what are your alternatives? What are your alternatives? And you have to allow people to draw a blank or come up with a business model, which will show obviously if they acquiesce into what opportunity, right? From an entrepreneur perspective, right? Show you how to business someone else, right? Because if not, it's going to be a trail of liquidation, right? Just spending, consuming, spending, consuming, spending, consuming, right? So it's going to pretty much, you know, tell on itself, not to put them on the spot, but just to show you or show them here's why, excuse me, here's why you need to be more, savvy about income shifting, right? Putting, a tag on your money and watching it go work, right? Attach a lifeline to it, let it go work. Go, again, like you said, put it in fertile soil. Because again, if not, what's your alternative? Collecting dust in a bank account, in a savings account. You know, good luck again. Good luck with that. Right? That's just money waiting to be liquidated. There's no purpose, right? And so you got to have the mindset to realize that this is the game that unfortunately you have to be a part of, whether you like it or not, in American capitalism, because they're going to swamp you every year. They're going to pretty much starve you out, choke you out. If not through inflation, right, it's going to be through opportunity, right? Close the doors, keep it in the hands of a few, and those who, again, know where to go direct to market to get to the source, those are going to be the people who are going to have opportunity, you know, unlimited. Think about it, unlimited opportunity, because there's no cap on this. And no matter how many times we say that, it's hard to register with certain people when they, like you said, not used to saying, let me be patient. But they patient with Mr. Charlie. They patient with the bank. They patient with saving up for a bill, right? They patient for all those things to liquidate or to give their time hard-earned commodity in terms of their time and energy to, again, a business, somebody else's business model. So they just haven't learned how to cut on that switch for themselves quite yet. They're playing the game from behind. Again, they're the 8 ball, right? They got to get in front of that 8 ball, behind the shoes, I'm sorry, and learn how to play like that. So again, asset ownership is the name of the game. We learned nothing. We learned that, houses, properties, again, ownership, basically. That's where you need to be. And you can teach your kids right along with you. That's what's so great about this. This don't come with a prerequisite, right? Of education or none of that. You can literally learn at the same time you learn it with your kids. You got teenagers, even grade school kids that's under that. Learn essentially right along with them. Because all the information is technically what? Public information. Right? The
Free.
key is public information. So ain't nobody got no nugget, juju, no nugget sauce or secret beans, none of that. Because you can pull this up right from your cell phone right now and see exactly everything we're watching and seeing what we're seeing. So that eliminates you being scammed. It eliminates you being, misled or miseducated. You get the same data that Warren Buffett gets. Get excited, right? It's that kind of energy.
So AE.
Mhm.
No, I'm sorry, brother. But like in retrospect, for those people who do have a job and have a 401k plan, don't they necessarily play in the market? Are they necessarily playing the market too without knowing?
They are definitely in the market. The thing is that someone else or a fund value that the company is using is doing all the what? The financial, string pulling, for their portfolio value based on what they feel like, the company always gonna offer them back to you. And they're gonna stay with they're gonna stay with more like a low risk environment portfolio. Mixing in a little bit of aggressive here and there to kind of keep that balance. Same like with TSP, right? The different levels of the TSP program. But here's the deal. You're expecting somebody to go make those moves for you, but you're just saying by nature what the company, choosing them, you feel like they solid, right? You're gonna vouch for them just because the company didn't vouch for them. Right?
Exactly.
If you can take the money, that's fine. But I'm like, again, it's the same thesis that I always use. You wouldn't take a stranger off the street and give him $500, say, hold this the next year, I'll be back to get that.
Right.
Right? You ain't gonna do that. Right? So you want to know, right, what that's going on at all time, and then what's important and what it's doing. But that's a good point because they'll be patient with that because they feel like it's a part of a legality structure, right?
Right.
But what's the difference outside of learning about it and investing it the same way? It's still part of a legality status, right? SPO 33 or 34, right? Hey, you protect it.
Right.
Any project
and not knowing, and they're collecting fees as well. Not knowing they're collecting fees.
That's the part. See, that's 401k pension, right? Unless you do your own Roth the somewhere, it'll come with no tax deduction, right?
Yep.
Right. So everybody trying to pension, right? That's why they want to be employed and learn how to manage your money, right? They get that kickback. Get the company paying it, or you gonna pay a portion of the fee, right? But some way you look at it, if you're doing it yourself, what fees you paying? Commission fees gone now, right? They gone now, right? So you literally coming in buying a penny if you can afford a penny. It's serious. That's serious. I mean, that penny jump around like what? 9 pennies. Now you got 10 cents. And then first thing you say, man, I should have put 1,000 on it, right?
Right.
2,000 there.
Right.
That's the energy behind it. Because you're saying, like we always say, you gotta learn how to cultivate your own existence, your financial existence into fruition. Right? Again, income shifts and finding money, number one. Number two, understand the knowledge space of the environment that you're going to go into. Knowledge brings power equals profit. Simple as that. Right? You can't escape that. But this is a self-learning environment, autodidactic. That's the name of the game here. You see this stuff, you buy this stuff, you eat this stuff, you hear this stuff, you use this stuff every day, right? Think about SP 500, America's 500 greatest company. How many of the products you probably use every day, right? Just think about it, you know what I'm saying? So, to me, again, Carl, I know it's passion, but it really is a no-brainer. Light bulb got to come on at some point. A lot of it has to do because people tribes are not what? They tribe is not necessarily what? Rightfully in the right place, right? They kind of concealed into a lot of other things that are maybe important to them, but it's not necessarily income producing. You see what I'm saying? All the knowledge in the world without application is just a bunch of what? Y'all know this, especially for the brothers. Y'all know what we call it, behind the scenes. They just in a circle. You know what is going on inside that circle. Right? So there's no purpose at that point. When you need to be trying to put your hands on tangible assets and benefits, seeing it come into fruition, seeing a dollar turn to what? Remember, the old saying we say in the hood, trying to make a dollar out of what?
15 cents.
Jokers don't want that. They ain't about that life. Grew up their whole life singing that song. They ain't about that life when they become adults.
They scared.
They scared, right? They scared.
I just could have did that with Dogecoin and Ripple, boy. Ripple is like $1.35.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I was gonna say the same thing about Bitcoin. Elon Musk put that up 1.5 bill.
About what, November? You talking about less than what, 4-5 months? 007, then it went to 40, then 50 cents.
Yep.
Man, they don't want to get paid. They're gonna want to get paid, boy. They want to give you a good, they want to give you some good old, I don't know, and I don't, that's, we gotta get out of that.
Ex-sister Onique on here. She had them $2 in that Dogecoin.
Look at that. Getting
I
paid
bought that way in 2018.
Yeah, so man, once I already know. Once you all know, because y'all already acclimated. But once you realize the power you actually have in this, that's what gets you even more, fired up. If you're serious about it, of course. A lot of people come in with a gambling mentality. They think they're still on the hustle on the block throwing dice, right? That's not what it's about. Now you can hustle it too, but you got to be savvy. You got to learn, how to hustle the right way. But again, the same way people use this market for day trading, that's the daily hustle. It's the same way a person can use it for long-term strategic investing. That's the long grind saying, I'm going to let this money go work. All right, I'm going to buy it and, set it and forget it. It's in the savings account, collecting the dust. I might as well put it over here and let it go work, right? Let it go, let it seesaw for a little bit, but eventually it'll catch out if it's in a good stock and make it move to the upside. That's just historically speaking. That ain't no hyperbole. That ain't me just saying you might get lucky. No, if you understand how to measure asset value, how to understand the importance of, again, a highly liquid marketplace. What I mean by that, every stock actually is a marketplace. Think about it. Every stock is its own individual marketplace, right? People coming in and out all the time, buying and selling, right? Beyond what the use case of the company may not be, it's basically what's going on there. And so a lot of this stuff, like I've always said, think about it from what it is and see the benefit as something that should just be as simple as, again, you going to pay a bill or something like that. Again, you accessing it, from your cell phone, laptop, whatever, and you able to have that kind of level of control, over your future, essentially your future, not your day-to-day interactive value, but your future. Right? And now you can do it for your kids the same way, because everything they're gonna tell you what life insurance plan, 529 plan to get the kids into college. Stop. Okay, Netflix was at what? How many years ago? Right? What 529 plan? Again, it's good. I ain't knocking on, I ain't bagging on 529 plan, but like I say, if once you learn how to really, know the lanes that you are traveling and the product you're using, man, you whoop them man. Look, all right. You already got that time horizon anyway. You got what, 17, 18 years from the day that baby born. Get right, right? You can principal invest alone, and that enough in itself would be what? A bag. Meaning if you add $100 every month the day your child is born until they become 18, that amount alone is what? Is a bag. Now put that into an asset that at least can give you a minimum. Notice I said a minimum of between 3 to 5% every year. And that compound every year. That's what it gets great, because compound interest makes it balloon faster. The more principal you add to it. That's what people don't understand. The greatest mathematical equation on the planet is compound interest.
There it is. Yeah, you got college for real and some money in your pocket.
And you know what I'm saying? You got all your principal back. You literally get all your principal back with a small check. Like, look, I got all my money back. Look, you good now, bro. I'm paid your way. You going out there. I'm gonna go buy me a boat now. I'm gonna go buy your mama a nice dress or something.
Apple too. I'm like, listen, Apple is $130 something. I don't get it. You go and rent the phone. Finance the phone anyway, paying $130 something bill, and the phone is $1,300. And just to get a share is $130 something. They did the stock split to benefit people who love the damn product. So how do you not capitalize on that? But you buy the damn phone that's almost $1,400.
Chris, man.
This is simple stuff, y'all. Like this stuff is not a joke, man. It's not lottery. This is serious money. These people really putting this in your face, and the joke is on you because you don't get it.
Hey, should we be listening to this knucklehead getting ready to do this speech? Is he gonna drop some nuggets? What's up?
Yeah, tonight, yeah, that's his old state of
I think he's going live right now.
Yeah, it's supposed to be at 9 o'clock. Supposed to start at 9.
Yeah, it's
But
8:04 right now. Well,
what we already
I'm
know.
behind you, so.
9 Eastern or 9 Eastern or 9 East?
Should be 9 Eastern time. So he's supposed to be doing it at the White House.
Yeah, he's live right now.
It should be 9 right now for y'all. Yeah.
Let's go.
A little after 9.
And we'll double back.
I got to stop sleeping, man. I got to wake up to this reality, man. This stuff is not a joke. It's not a joke.
With that being said, y'all stop sleeping. Let's go catch the speech, and we'll hop back on. And we day trade. Chris day trade. Chris got all the time in the world. Look at Barkley.
I'm on over the golf course in my house.
You're in the golf course. By the time you get
I listen while you out there talking over crazy. Because I'm just gonna watch the future market. I threw me a couple putts in the hole. Now I got my fishing pole out. I'm throwing. I'm fishing and listening.
You got the fish.
I went from putting to fishing. I'm like, man, look. Just go and drop that nigga. I didn't know what that mark gonna do. What is it? What that mark gonna hit like? What did it hit like tomorrow? Oh man, cause we got earnings. We didn't get a chance to talk about earnings. Facebook, Apple, tonight, and many others that had earnings tonight. Man, that in itself was just, this is the season. Like I said, this week right here is a big week. Man, I got a nice bag. Yeah, now I'm talking and caught me old Slayer. Look at that. Let me get out these wood, man. Get out y'all ear.
You caught a fish?
Yeah, and they caught me old Slayer about a pound.
Let me see.
Oh, yeah.
Come here, he's gonna get back in the water. Don't do it. Come here.
Let us see. Open up the
Oh, man, I was out on the boat. I caught about an 8-pound catfish thing.
What?
The old Slayer. Like I always listen to market and just chilling on. And just I'm gonna pull the boat across. I'm like, what's going on?
Let me see a fish.
Yeah, let me get him up here.
Let me get him.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, so man, I'm tell you this thing. How can you? I forgot it. You don't have the light with this.
Oh, we won't be able to see. Hold on. Wait. There's no light.
Put the flashlight on. The flashlight might
I'd say it's dark.
You a trooper, AE. You fishing in the dark.
Oh, there we go. Hold up.
We go right there.
Turn the camera.
Like he about to run through the terrain.
How you turn that thing? I forgot how you turn it.
Mo don't understand how peaceful fishing is.
I know how peaceful fishing is. I know how to fish, Chris.
You do? We're gonna have a fish.
We can go fishing when we go to Cancun.
You see it?
No, Chris, wait, say something.
The fish. Can you see the fish?
Oh yeah.
Look at it. Oh,
Man, I
You
caught
hear
him
the
some
Brandon?
perch.
You hear Brandon? She was trying to blame me for not seeing the fish.
Come on, Mo. Come on now.
Yeah, you're catching a little slayer. Yeah, they out here like that. You folks out here fishing.
We going fishing when we go to Mexico at the end of the month.
Oh, you don't know that. Ain't nothing like you best get away from that market, get away from the world, man. Go out there and hang out with nature, man. Ain't nothing better.
You know I'm not no city girl, Chris. You know I'm from the country.
Yep.
Don't leave the sea.
You're gonna be in Cancun, so you're gonna have to adjust a little bit.
I'm straight country.
Yep.
That's why she been missing the ass. She just left Cancun. Matter of fact, just left Cancun.
Really?
About a day ago. Yeah, Sister Shonda. That's why y'all ain't been hearing and seeing her.
Oh yeah, she sure did. Yep.
Yeah, she just left Cancun. She been everybody going over there. I tell you, black women, y'all the pioneers. Joker brother be like, man, I don't know yet. I don't know. Cut that crow, but
I got my vaccine.
Yeah, my Eva, they just came from Jamaica. They was over there about 6 days in Montego Bay.
Yeah.
Joker just traveling, and I was like, man, all right. You come home with no COVID now. You come home with that fooling now, just because you want to get saying now. Come home with that
Best case scenario.
He said, "I'll come on with that
Come
foolishness."
on with that ninja, just because you want to be up there, what one and all right. But
She let her hair down a little bit.
yeah, that was environment with some of the better ones, I guess. But that's what a lot of white folk did. They left Europe and went to the islands. That's
That
all
was
they did.
George. What George still on here? Hold on, George probably dropped off. He dropped off. George had got COVID, and he said, "I went to Cancun to get me some sun."
But Ted Cruz did. Ted Cruz tried it. He was on his way. Right in the middle of the power outage in Texas, he done jumped on the plane, went to Ritz Carlton.
Oh yeah, he was out of there.
Who is that? Who did that?
Ted Cruz, remember that controversy?
Yeah,
Oh my God!
Ted Cruz. Yeah, Ted Cruz. They caught him.
Yeah,
At the
at the airport.
He had got diagnosed with COVID.
No, you try to
No.
lie on the kids, talking about their kids want to go to Cancun right in the middle of the ice storm in
freeze.
Texas.
Yeah,
And you're a citizen,
yeah.
and you trying to escape that, not to do your civic duty, and you try to blame it on your daughter, saying your daughter just wanted to go outside the country. Well, just send your daughter there and your wife.
Mm-hmm.
They caught him. He already a slime ball though. Y'all know what it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Boy, he got ridiculed. Boy, they was on his ass.
Yeah, they roasted him. They roasted him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to find my remote control. Find my remote so I can listen to the thing. Yeah, we'll have to tell me how many times they didn't clap, how many times they didn't sit down. Anybody got that?
Yeah, put him.
My remote at?
Yeah, he Biden already speaking.
Yeah, I think so. Brandon.
Mo, did I hear you say for the people?
Yeah, he's speaking right now.
Oh, what'd you say, Angie?
Did I hear you say that for the PPP, the business had to be in operation before
February 15, 20. Put the date. You could be doing business and not have been incorporated.
I understand. Well, not me. I'm asking for the guys that I'm working with.
Oh, okay.
Both started businesses, but they're too new to take apart.
Not if they we'll talk offline.
Okay. Right now, basically, I guess they piggyback off of mine.
Yeah. Can somebody tell me what I did with my remote?
Check the cushion to next to you.
I don't know what I did with it.
Hey, anybody know what the future Michael looking like? What the future looking like?
Let me share. Hold on. I just had it up.
It was green the last time I looked.
Yeah, I bet it's still green. They pumping it right now.
Yeah, especially with that Facebook and Apple beat and earnings, they're gonna try to run it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's up right now. Still green, baby.
Still green, baby. Amazon tomorrow got earnings. We already got the Fed news out the way. The only big piece of news is I think Friday we got GDP numbers, which we already know what that's gonna be basically, but yeah.
There you go. What happened? You think I could play it in the background and not get distracted? Somebody was playing it. Play it. I can't find my remote.
Oh, you talking about the speech?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know everything now. All you do is throw your fair use act down there.
Oh yeah. I can't.
YouTube got better at that finally because people like, man, you gotta start striking them, man. We got the thing down in the in the description box.
Right.
Stop all that acting crazy, YouTube.
You're acting funny. You're acting funny with all your money.
Yeah, they're making a lot of money too since COVID. So they talk about that on the earnings call with Google.
Oh, did you watch the Apple hearing? I was laughing.
The Apple event or the earnings call?
The hearing about them, the Apple, the Find My, they mad because Apple won't let them get no rights and let them get no the chip.
Oh no, I missed that. Yeah.
Yeah, Apple squeezing them, Apple and Google, they kind of monopolizing, and you know, they charging people they charging them 30%, put their apps on the app store, so they can't make no money because Apple getting all the money, they charging them 30%. Plus, Apple did that Find My, they got that Find My app coming out that kind of specifies where where this at, where that at. And they all those CEOs who have those different technology chip companies or whatever, they was up there testifying in Congress. I was laughing because they were complaining. There's a whole bunch of them that was complaining about Apple won't let us, Apple and Google, they won't let us get get access to their patent or whatever, so they can actually compete with that Find My app. And
yeah.
it was so funny to me. I was like, oh, they get a taste of their own medicine.
That's the name of the game. First to market. You capitalize and they hit that gas pedal when you get, you figure that thing out.
Yeah.
That baseball Elon figured it out first with the, electric car stuff. That's why no matter how many people gonna, eventually try to, get into space, but you'll never be able to overtake the first one. If that person is gainfully, looking to improve, you still got to play catch up. So he is the business model at this point. Everybody would like to have.
Talking about those truck drivers on Sinetta was talking. They were talking about the electric trucks and Tesla and how they taking over.
Yeah, they did a test run. Their electric, not the electric, the semi.
The semi truck.
They did. Yeah. Yeah, they were doing the test run on it. I posted the video.
Yeah.
Nobody mess with Tesla right now, man.
Yeah.
Except for Neo. Neo got a nice setup too.
What? Oh yeah, Neo. Yeah, someone's asking me about Neo. They was like, should I pull out? Okay, here we go. We can listen.
Improving healthcare for veterans.
I sent you the sales tax
investments to address the opioid. And maybe most important, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, we're on track to cut child poverty in America in half.
Jim Crow Joe Biden. Oh, Jim Crow Jim Biden. Ladies and gentlemen.
Jim Crow Jim Biden.
Jim Crow Jim Biden. They did a stitch for anybody. Like, how many murders did it happen on black people since he's been there in 100 days? Can't even count. He spoke about now one of them, except George Floyd, which we know he was going to say something about that.
100,000 new jobs in 100 days. More jobs in person.
Another fraud. Another fraud.
More jobs in the first 100 days than any president on record. International Monetary Fund. International Monetary Fund is now estimating our economy will grow at a rate of more than 6% this year. That will be the fastest pace of economic growth in this country in nearly 4 decades. America's moving forward, but we can't stop now. We're in competition with China and other countries to win the 21st century. We're at a great inflection point in history. We have to do more than just build back better. We have to build back better. We have to compete more strenuously than we have.
I got the right
throughout our history. Think about it. Public investment in infrastructure has literally transformed America. Our attitudes as well as our opportunities. The Transcontinental Railroad, the interstate highways,
wink, wink.
Totally new age of progress to the United States of America.
He's promoting his bill.
Public schools,
Yeah.
college
Only thing I care about, they're gonna cut that contract for Dr.
doors of
Paul That's
opportunity.
the only thing I care
Scientific
about.
breakthroughs took us to the moon. Now we're on Mars, discovering vaccines,
Definitely
gave us the
submitted
internet,
for it.
so much more.
You submitted for it?
These
Yeah,
are
for the
investments we made
high speed
together as
rail
one
system
country.
Okay.
from I think like North Carolina
Investments
all the way
that
out
only
like
the
Texas.
government was in a position to make.
First black owned high speed railway.
Time and
Oh,
again.
wow.
That's a project that he's doing through
Into the future.
the Power Harvest Institute,
That's
Dr.
why I
Paul Anderson,
propose the
guys.
American
Go
Jobs
check out the website. Yeah, hey.
once in a generation investment in America itself. This is the largest jobs plan since World War II. Creates jobs to upgrade our transportation infrastructure. Jobs modernizing our roads, bridges, highways. Jobs building ports and airports, rail corridors, transit lines. It's clean water. And today, up to 10 million homes in America and more than 400,000 schools and child care centers have pipes with lead in them, including drinking water. A clear and present danger to our children's health. American Jobs Plan creates jobs replacing 100% of the nation's lead pipes and service lines so every American can drink clean water. In the process, we'll create thousands and thousands of good-paying jobs. It creates jobs connecting every American with high-speed internet, including 35% of the rural America that still doesn't have it. Help our
Don't
kids
worry about Elon Musk gonna
and our
fix that.
business to succeed in the 21st century economy.
Elon, he wouldn't know these jokers.
The
Don't
Vice
worry about that.
President to lead this effort, if she would.
Hardly.
Because I know it'll get done. Creates jobs building a modern power grid. Our grids are vulnerable to storms, hacks, catastrophic failures with tragic results, as we saw in Texas and elsewhere during the winter storms. The American Jobs Plan will create jobs that lay thousands of miles of transmission lines needed to build a resilient and fully clean grid. We can do that. Look, the American Jobs Plan will help millions of people get back to their jobs and back to their careers. 2 million women have dropped out of the workforce during this pandemic. 2 million. And too often because they couldn't get the care they needed to care for their child or care for an elderly parent who needs help. 800,000 families are on the Medicare waiting list right now to get home care for their aging parent or loved one with disability. If you think it's not important, check out in your own district, Democrat or Republican. Democrat or Republican voters. Their great concern, almost as much as their children, is taking care of an elderly loved one who can't be left alone. Medicaid contemplated it, but this plan is going to help those families and create jobs for our caregivers with better wages and better benefits, continuing a cycle of growth. For too long, we've failed to use the most important word when it comes to meeting the climate crisis: jobs. 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 For me, when I think climate change, I think jobs. American Jobs Plan will put engineers and construction workers to work building more energy efficient buildings and homes. Electrical workers, IBEW members installing 500,000 charging stations along our highways so we can own the electric car market. Farmers planting cover crops so they can reduce the carbon dioxide in the air and get paid for doing it. Look, Think about it. There is simply no reason why the blades for wind turbines can't be built in Pittsburgh instead of Beijing. No reason. None. No reason. Hey, folks, there's no reason why American workers can't lead the world in production of electric vehicles and batteries. I mean, there is no reason. We have this capacity. We're the brightest, best trained people in the world. The American Jobs Plan is going to create millions of good paying jobs, jobs Americans can raise a family on. As my dad would then say, with a little breathing room. And all the investments in the American Job Plan will be guided by one principle: buy American. Buy American. And I might note parenthetically, that does not violate any trade agreement. It's been the law since the 30s. Buy American. American tax dollars are going to be used to buy American products made in America to create American jobs. That's the way it's supposed to be, and it will be in this administration. And I made it clear to all my cabinet people, their ability to give exemptions has been strenuously limited. It will be American products. Now, I know some of you at home are wondering whether these jobs are for you. So many of you, so many of the folks I grew up with feel left behind, forgotten, in an economy that's so rapidly changing. It's frightening. I want to speak directly to you because you think about it. That's what people are most worried about. Can I fit in? Independent experts estimate the American Jobs Plan will add millions of jobs and trillions of dollars to economic growth in the years to come. It is a 8-year program. These are good paying jobs that can't be outsourced. Nearly 90% of the infrastructure jobs created in the American Jobs Plan do not require a college degree. 75% don't require an associate's degree. The American Jobs Plan is a blue-collar blueprint to build America. That's what it is. And it recognizes something I've always said in this chamber and the other. Good guys and women on Wall Street, but Wall Street didn't build this country. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. So that's why I'm calling on Congress to pass Protect the Right to Organize Act, the PRO Act, and send it to my desk so we can support the right to unionize. And by the way, while you're thinking about sending things to my desk, let's raise the minimum wage to $15. No one working 40 hours a week, should live below the poverty line. We need to ensure greater equity and opportunity for women. And while we're doing this, let's get the Paycheck Fairness Act to my desk as well. Equal pay. It's been much too long. And if you wonder whether it's too long, look behind me. And finally, American Jobs Plan will be the biggest increase in non-defense research and development on record. We'll see more technological change. And some of you know more about this than I do. We'll see more technological change in the next 10 years than we saw in the last 50. That's how rapidly artificial intelligence and so much more is changing. And we're falling behind the competition with the rest of the world. Decades ago, we used to invest 2% of our gross domestic product in America, 2% of our gross domestic product in research and development. Today, Mr. Secretary, that's less than 1%. China and other countries are closing in fast. We have to develop and dominate the products and technologies of the future. Advanced batteries, biotechnology, computer chips, clean energy. The Secretary of Defense can tell you, and those of you who work in national security issues know, the Defense Department has an agency called DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. The people who set up before I came here, and that's been a long time ago, to develop breakthroughs that enhance our national security. That's their only job. And it's a semi-separate agency. It's under the Defense Department. It's led to everything from the discovery of the internet to GPS and so much more. It's enhanced our security. The National Institute of Health, the NIH, I believe, should create a similar advanced research projects agency for health. And now here's what it would do. It would have a singular purpose: to develop breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases like Alzheimer's, diabetes, and cancer. I'll still never forget when we passed the cancer proposal the last year as vice president. Almost $9 million going to NIH. And if you excuse the point of personal privilege, I'll never forget you standing, Mitch, and saying, "Name it after my deceased son." It meant a lot. But so many of us have deceased sons, daughters, and relatives who died of cancer. I can think of no more worthy investment. I know of nothing that is more bipartisan. So let's end cancer as we know it. It's within our power. It's within our power to do it.
Well, that means you got to turn upside down the FDA and the USDA then.
We've often had bipartisan support in the past. Vice President Harris and I met regularly in the Oval Office with Democrats and Republicans and discussed the jobs plan. And I applaud a group of Republican senators who just put forward their own proposal. So let's get to work. I wanted to lay out before the Congress my plan before we got into the deep discussions. I'd like to meet with those who have ideas that are different, they think are better. I welcome those ideas. But the rest of the world is not waiting for us. I just want to be clear. From my perspective, doing nothing is not an option. Look, we can't be so busy competing with one another that we forget the competition that we have with the rest of the world to win the 21st century. Secretary Blinken can tell you, I spent a lot of time with President Xi. Traveled over 17,000 miles with him. Spent, they tell me, over 24 hours in private discussions with him. When he called to congratulate him, we had a 2-hour discussion. He's deadly earnest about becoming the most significant, consequential nation in the world. He and others, autocrats, think that democracy can't compete in the 21st century with autocracies. It takes too long to get consensus. To win that competition for the future, in my view, we also need to make a once-in-a-generation investment in our families and our children. That's why I've introduced the American Families Plan tonight, which addresses 4 of the biggest challenges facing American families and in turn America. First is access to good education. When this nation made 12 years of public education universal in the last century, it made us the best educated best prepared nation in the world. It's, I believe, the overwhelming reason that propelled us to where we got in the 20th century. But the world's caught up or catching up. They're not waiting. I would say parenthetically, if we were sitting down, we set a bipartisan committee together and said, okay, we're going to decide what we do in terms of government providing for free education. I wonder whether we'd think, as we did in the 20th century, that 12 years is enough in the 21st century.
Uh-oh.
I doubt it. 12 years is no longer enough today to compete with the rest of the world in the 21st century. That's why my American Families Plan guarantees 4 additional years of public education for every person in America, starting as early as we can. The great universities in this country have conducted studies of the last 10 years. It shows that adding 2 years of universal high-quality preschool for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old, no matter what background they come from, puts them in the position to be able to compete all the way through 12 years. It increases exponentially their prospect of graduating and going on beyond graduation. The research shows when a young child goes to school, not daycare, they're far more likely to graduate from high school and go to college or something after high school. When you add 2 years of free community college on top of that, you begin to change the dynamic.
So we getting preschool and we getting to
We can
college.
do that.
And we getting to
Well, you know they got that
So invest in the story of
what was
psychology,
it,
university,
what's the
travel
thing called,
minority serving
community
institution.
college? They trying to make
Yeah.
The
community
reason
college.
is
yeah.
they don't have the endowments. But their students are just as capable of learning about cybersecurity, just as capable of learning about metallurgy, all the things that are going on that provide those jobs of the future. Jill is a community college professor who teaches today as First Lady. She's long said, if I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times. Joe, any country that out-educates us is going to outcompete us. She'll be deeply involved in leading this effort. Thank you, Joe. Second thing we need, American Families Plan will provide access to quality, affordable child care. We guarantee when I'm proposing the legislation, we guarantee that low and middle income families will pay no more than 7% of their income for high quality care for children up to the age of 5. The most hard pressed working families won't have to spend a dime. Third, the American Families Plan will finally provide up to 12 weeks of paid leave and medical leave, family medical leave. We're one of the few industrial countries in the world. No one should have to choose between a job and a paycheck, or taking care of themselves and their loved ones, or parent or spouse or child. And fourth, the American Family Plan puts directly into the pockets of millions of Americans. In March, we expanded tax credit for every child in a family, up to $3,000 per child if they're under 6 years of age. Over 6 years of age. And $3,600 for children over 6 years of age. With 2 parents, 2 kids, that's $7,200 in the pockets to help take care of your family. And that will help more than 65 million children and help cut child care poverty in half. And we can afford it. So we did that in the in the last piece of legislation we passed. But let's extend that child care tax credit at least through the end of 2025. The American Rescue Plan lowered health care premiums for 9 million Americans who buy their coverage under the Affordable Care Act. I know that's really popular this side of the aisle. But let's make that provision permanent so their premiums don't go back up. In addition to my family's plan, I'm going to work with Congress to address this year other critical priorities for American families. The Affordable Care Act has been a lifeline for millions of Americans, protecting people with pre-existing conditions, protecting women's health. And the pandemic has demonstrated how badly it's needed. Let's lower deductibles for working families on the Affordable Care Act. And let's lower prescription drug costs. We know how to do this. The last president had that as an objective. We all know how outrageously expensive drugs are in America. In fact, we pay the highest prescription drug prices of anywhere in the world, right here in America. Nearly 3 times for the same drug, nearly 3 times what other countries pay.
That's a self-inflicted wound.
Let's do what
We
we
have the
talked
most
about.
greediest pharmaceutical companies on the planet. That's why. Self-inflicted. Y'all cause that.
Let's
Don't
give
problem.
Medicare the power to save hundreds of billions out by negotiating lower drug prescription prices. By the way, it won't just help people on Medicare. Lower prescription drug costs for everyone. And the money we save, which is billions of dollars, can go to strengthen the Affordable Care Act and expand Medicare coverage benefits without costing taxpayers an additional penny. It's within our power to do it. Let's do it now. We've talked about it long enough. Democrats and Republicans, let's get it done this year. This is all about a simple premise. Health care should be a right, not a privilege in America. So, how do we pay for my jobs and family plan?
Nancy got on
I
some
made it
paparazzi.
clear we can do it without increasing the deficit. Let's start with what I will not do. I will not impose any tax increase on people making less than $400,000. But it's time for corporate America and the wealthiest 1% of Americans to just begin to pay their fair share. Just their fair share. Sometimes I have arguments with my friends in the Democratic Party. I think you should be able to become a billionaire and a millionaire, but pay your fair share. A recent study shows that 55 of the nation's biggest corporations paid 0 federal tax last year. Those 55 corporations made in excess of $40 billion in profit. A lot of companies also evade taxes through tax havens in Switzerland and Bermuda and the Cayman Islands. And they benefit from tax loopholes and deductions for offshoring jobs and shifting profits overseas. It's not right. We're going to reform corporate taxes so they pay their fair share and help pay for the public investments their businesses will benefit from as well. We're going to reward work, not just wealth. We take the top tax bracket.
I'm waiting to see if he's gonna speak a thing about that.
1% of Americans.
The capital gains tax.
$400,000 or more.
He may not say on that. Speak on that specific.
George W. Bush was president.
I'm just curious if he speak on that. See the market.
39.6%. That's where it was when George W. was president. We're going to get rid of the loopholes, allow Americans to make more than $1 million a year and pay a lower tax rate on their capital gains than Americans who receive a paycheck. We're only going to affect 0.3% of all Americans by that action, 0.3%. And the IRS is going to crack down on millionaires and billionaires who cheat on their taxes. It's estimated to be billions of dollars by think tanks of left, right, and center. I'm not looking to punish anybody, but I will not add a tax burden, additional tax burden to the middle class in this country. They're already paying enough. I believe what I propose is fair, fiscally responsible, and it raises revenue to pay for the plans I propose and will create millions of jobs that will grow the economy and enhance our financial standing in the country. When you hear someone say they don't want to raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% or corporate America, ask them whose taxes you want to raise. Instead, who's they going to cut? Look, a big tax cut in 2017. Remember, it was supposed to pay for itself. That was how it was sold. And generate vast economic growth. Instead, it added $2 trillion to the deficit. It was a huge windfall for corporate America and those at the very top. Instead of using the tax saving to raise wages and invest in research and development, it poured billions of dollars into the pockets of CEOs. In fact, the pay gap between CEOs and their workers is now among the largest in history. According to one study, CEOs make 320 times what the average worker in their corporation makes. Used to be in the below 100. The pandemic has only made things worse. 20 million Americans lost their job in the pandemic, working and middle class Americans. At the same time, roughly 650 billionaires in America saw their net worth increase by more than $1 trillion in the same exact period. Let me say it again. 650 people increased their wealth by more than $1 trillion during this pandemic. And they're now worth more than $4 trillion. My fellow Americans, trickle down.
Shots fired, Jason
Down
Bezos.
economics has never worked.
Shots fired.
It's time to grow the economy from the bottom and the middle out.
That's definitely right. They definitely standing up on that.
They were loading up, boy. Just even buying Bitcoin, they got so what they call swanky with it.
Consensus of economists left, right, and center. And they agree what I'm proposing will help create millions of jobs and generate historic economic growth. These are among the highest values investments we can make as a nation. I've often said our greatest strength is the power of our example, not just the example of our power. In my conversations with world leaders, and I've spoken to over 38, 40 of them now, I've made it known that America's back. You know what they say? The comment I hear most of all from them? So they say, we see America's back, but for how long? But for how long? My fellow Americans, we have to show not just that we're back, but that we're back to stay, and that we aren't going to go alone. We're going to do it by leading with our allies. No one nation can deal with all the crises of our time, from terrorism to nuclear proliferation, mass migration, cybersecurity, climate change, as well as what we're experiencing now, pandemics. There's no wall high enough to keep any virus out. And our own vaccine supply, as it grows to meet our needs, and we're meeting them, will become an arsenal for vaccines for other countries, just as America's an arsenal for democracy for the world, and in consequence, influence the world. But every American will have access before that occurs. Every American have access to be fully covered by COVID-19 from the vaccines we have. Look, the climate crisis is not our fight alone, it's a global fight. The United States accounts, as all of you know, less than 15% of carbon emissions. The rest of the world accounts for 85%. That's why I kept my commitment to rejoin the Paris Accord, because if we do everything perfectly, it's not going to only matter. I kept my commitment to convene a climate summit right here in America with all the major economies of the world: China, Russia, India, European Union. I said I'd do it in my first 100 days. I want to be very blunt about it. My attempt was to make sure that the world could see there was a consensus, that we are at an inflection point in history. The consensus is if we act to save the planet, we can create millions of jobs and economic growth and opportunity to raise the standard of living of almost everyone around the world. If you watched any of it and you were all busy, I'm sure you didn't have much time. That's what virtually every nation said, even the ones that aren't doing their fair share. The investments I proposed tonight also advance the foreign policy, in my view, that benefits the middle class. That means making sure every nation plays by the same rules in the global economy, including China. In my discussion with President Xi, I told him, we welcome the competition. We're not looking for conflict, but I made absolutely clear that we will defend America's interest across the board. America will stand up to unfair trade practices that undercut American workers and American industries, like subsidies from state to state-owned operations and enterprises, and the theft of American technology and intellectual property. I also told President Xi that we'll maintain a strong military presence in the Indo-Pacific, just as we do with NATO and Europe, not to start a conflict, but to prevent one. I told them what I said to many world leaders, that America will not back away from our commitments, our commitment to human rights and fundamental freedoms, and to our alliances. And I pointed out to him, no responsible American president could remain silent when basic human rights are being so blatantly violated. An American president has to represent the essence of what our country stands for. America is an idea, the most unique idea in history. We are created, all of us equal. It's who we are. And we cannot walk away from that principle and, in fact, say we're dealing with the American idea. With regard to Russia, I know it concerns some of you, but I made very clear to Putin that we're not going to seek escalation, but their actions will have consequences. They turn out to be true, and they turned out to be true. So I responded directly and proportionally to Russia's interference in our elections and the cyber attacks on our government and our business. They did both of these things, and I told them we would respond, and we have. But we can also cooperate when it's our mutual interest. We did it when we extended the New START Treaty on nuclear arms, and we're working to do it on climate change. But he understands we will respond. On Iran and North Korea, nuclear programs that present serious threats to American security and the security of the world. We're going to be working closely with our allies to address the threats posed by both of these countries through diplomacy as well as stern deterrence. And American leadership means ending the forever war in Afghanistan. We have without hyperbole, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. I'm the first president in 40 years that knows what it means to have a son serving in a war zone, Today, we have service members serving in the same war zone as their parents did. We have service members in Afghanistan who are not yet born on 9/11. The war in Afghanistan, as we remember the debates here, were never meant to be multi-generational undertakings of nation building. We went to Afghanistan to get the terrorists who attacked us on 9/11. And we said we would follow Osama bin Laden to the gates of hell to do it. If you've been in the upper Konar Valley, you've kind of seen the gates of hell. And we delivered justice to bin Laden. We degraded the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. And after 20 years of valor, and sacrifice, it's time to bring those troops home. Look, even as we do, we'll maintain over-the-horizon capacity to suppress future threats to the homeland. Make no mistake, in 20 years, terrorism has metastasized. The threat has evolved way beyond Afghanistan. Those of you in the intelligence committees, the foreign relations committee, defense committees, you know well, we have to remain vigilant against the threats to the United States wherever they come from. Al-Qaeda and ISIS are in Yemen, Syria, Somalia, other places in Africa, in the Middle East and beyond. And we won't ignore what our intelligence agencies have determined to be the most lethal terrorist threat to the homeland today. White supremacy is terrorism. We're not going to ignore that either. My fellow Americans, look, we have to come together to heal the soul of this nation. It was nearly a year ago before her father's funeral when I spoke with Gianna Floyd, George Floyd's young daughter. She's a little tyke, so I was kneeling down to talk to her so I could look her in the eye. She looked at me, she said, "My daddy changed the world." Well, after the conviction of George Floyd's murderer, we can see how right she was if we have the courage to act as a Congress. We've all seen the knee of injustice on the neck of Black Americans. Now's our opportunity to make some real progress. The vast majority of men and women wearing a uniform and a badge serve our communities, and they serve them honorably. I know them. I know they want.
That's the bait switch right there. That's that but and.
Yep.
Right? It can never be monolithic about here's the reason why y'all are just killing us with impunity, but there has to be, but we gotta, show deference to the officers, the race soldiers.
I'm help meet this moment as well. My fellow Americans, we have to come together to rebuild trust between law enforcement and the people they serve, to root out systemic racism in our criminal justice system, and to enact police reform in George Floyd's name that passed the House already. I know Republicans have their own ideas and are engaged in a very productive discussions with Democrats in the Senate. We need to work together to find a consensus. But let's get it done next month, by the first anniversary of George Floyd's death. The country supports this reform, and Congress should act. We have a giant opportunity to bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice, real justice. And with the plans outlined tonight, we have a real chance to root out systemic racism that plagues America and American lives in other ways. A chance to deliver real equity, good jobs, good schools, affordable housing, clean air, clean water, being able to generate wealth and pass it down to generations because you have an access to purchase a house. Real opportunities in the lives of more Americans, Black, white, Latino, Asian Americans, Native Americans. Look, I also want to thank the United States Senate for voting 94-1 to pass the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to protect Asian American and Pacific Islanders.
Oh my God.
So you can, so
Wait a
you
minute,
can
what?
say with George
There it
Floyd,
is right there. There's a slap in the face. You went from
that's a
a
huge slap in
BS
the
law
face.
that they can't even get passed with George Floyd, but instantly they want executive order to protect Asian folk that ain't just had no issue ever with this until just recently because of COVID, and now all of a sudden they're protected class citizens.
Send that legislation to my desk, which I will gladly,
This
anxiously.
is your America. Jim Crow Joe Biden.
Congress will get to my desk the Equality Act to protect LGBTQ Americans. All
Look at
transgender
that. Even the gay folks. Everybody get
young
they little
people.
scenario
I want you to know your president
put
has
your
your
foot
back.
with no and if or but.
Another thing, let's authorize the Violence Against Women Act, which has been law for 27 years. "27 years ago, I wrote it. It'll close the act that has to be authorized now, will close the boyfriend loophole to keep guns out of the hands of abusers. The court order said this is an abuser. You can't own a gun. It's to close that loophole that existed. You know, it's estimated that 50 women are shot and killed by an intimate partner every month in America. 50 a month. Let's pass it and save some lives. And I need not tell anyone this, but gun violence has become an epidemic in America. The flag at the White House was still flying at half-mast for the 8 victims of the mass shooting in Georgia, when 10 more lives were taken in the mass shooting in Colorado. And in the week in between those two events, 250 other Americans were shot dead in the streets of America. 250 shot dead. I know how hard it is to make progress on this issue. In the 90s, we passed universal background checks, a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines that hold 100 rounds that can be fired off in seconds. We beat the NRA. Mass shootings and gun violence declined. Check out the report over 10 years. But in the early 2000s, the law expired. We've seen daily bloodshed since. I'm not saying if the law continued, we wouldn't see bloodshed. More than 2 weeks ago in the Rose Garden, surrounded by some of the bravest people I know, the survivors and families who lost loved ones to gun violence, I laid out several of the Department of Justice actions that are being taken to impact on this epidemic. One of them is banning so-called ghost guns. These are homemade guns built from a kit that includes directions how to finish the firearm. The parts have no serial numbers, so they show up at crime scenes and they can't be traced. The buyers of these ghost gun kits aren't required to pass any background check. Anyone, from a criminal or terrorist, could buy this kit and within 30 minutes have a weapon that's lethal, but no more. And I'll do everything in my power to protect the American people from this epidemic of gun violence, but it's time for Congress to act as well. Look, I don't want to become confrontational, but we need more Senate Republicans to join the overwhelming majority of Democratic colleagues and close the loopholes required in background check purchases of guns. We need a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And don't tell me it can't be done. We did it before and it worked. Talk to most responsible gun owners and hunters. They'll tell you there's no possible justification for having 100 rounds in a weapon. What do you think, deer wearing Kevlar vests? They'll tell you that there are too many people today who are able to buy a gun, but shouldn't be able to buy a gun. These kinds of reasonable reforms have overwhelming support from the American people, including many gun owners. The country supports reform and Congress should act. This shouldn't be a red or blue issue. And no amendment to the Constitution is absolute. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. From the very beginning, there were certain guns, weapons that could not be owned by Americans. Certain people could not own those weapons ever. We're not changing the Constitution. We're being reasonable. I think this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. I think it's an American issue. And here's what else we can do. Immigration has always been essential to America. Let's end our exhausting war over immigration. For more than 30 years, politicians have talked about immigration reform, and we've done nothing about it. It's time to fix it. On day one of my presidency, I kept my commitment and sent a comprehensive immigration bill to the United States Congress. If you believe we need to secure the border, pass it because it has a lot of money for high-tech border security. If you believe in a pathway to citizenship, pass it. It's over 11 million undocumented folks, the vast majority of here overstaying visas. Pass it. We can actually, if you actually want to solve a problem, I've sent a bill to take a close look at it. We also have to get at the root problem of why people are fleeing, particularly to our southern border from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. The violence, the corruption, the gangs, the political instability, hunger, hurricanes, earthquakes, natural disasters. When I was president, when I was vice president, the president asked me to focus on providing help needed to address the root causes of migration and to help keep people in their own countries instead of being forced to leave. The plan was working, but the last administration decided it was not worth it. I'm restoring the program and asked Vice President Harris to lead our diplomatic effort to take care of this. I have absolute confidence to get the job. Look, if you don't like my plan, let's at least pass what we all agree on. Congress needs to pass legislation this year to finally secure protection for dreamers. Young people who only know America as their home. And permanent protection for immigrants who are here on temporary protective status who came from countries beset by man-made and natural-made violence and disaster. As well as the pathway to citizenship for farm workers who put food on our table. Look, immigrants have done so much for America during this pandemic and throughout our history. The country supports immigration reform. We should act. Let's argue over it. Let's debate it. But let's act. And if we truly want to restore the soul of America, we need to protect the sacred right to vote. Most people more people voted in the last presidential election than any time in American history. In the middle of the worst pandemic ever. It should be celebrated. Instead, it's being attacked. Congress should pass H.R. 1 and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and send it to my desk right away. The country supports it, and Congress should act now. Look, in conclusion, as we gather here tonight, the image of a violent mob assaulting this Capitol, desecrating our democracy, remain vivid in all our minds. Lives were put at risk, many of your lives. Lives were lost. Extraordinary courage was summoned. The insurrection was an existential crisis, a test of whether our democracy could survive, and it did. But the struggle is far from over. The question of whether our democracy will long endure is both ancient and urgent. As old as our republic, still vital today. Can our democracy deliver on its promise that all of us, created equal in the image of God, had a chance to lead lives of dignity, respect, and possibility? Can our democracy deliver to the most pressing needs of our people? Can our democracy overcome the lies, anger, hate, and fears that have pulled us apart? America's adversaries, the autocrats of the world, are betting we can't. And I promise you they're betting we can't. They believe we're too full
Oh, no, he did.
of anger and division and rage. They look at the images of the mob that assaulted the Capitol as proof that the sun is setting on American democracy. But they're wrong. You know it, I know it. But we have to prove them wrong. We have to prove democracy still works, that our government still works, and we can deliver for our people. In our first 100 days together, we've acted to restore people's faith in democracy to deliver. We're vaccinating the nation. We're creating hundreds of thousands of new jobs. We're delivering real results to people. They can see it, feel it in their own lives. Opening doors of opportunity, guaranteeing some more fairness and justice. That's the essence of America. That's democracy in action. Our Constitution opens with the words, as trite as it sounds, we the people. Well, it's time to remember that we the people are the government. You and I. Not some force in a distant capital. Not some powerful force that we have no control over. It's us. It's we the people. In another era, when our democracy was tested, Franklin Roosevelt reminded us, in America, we do our part. We all do our part. That's all I'm asking. That we do our part, all of us. If we do that, we will meet the center challenge of the age by proving that democracy is durable and strong. Autocrats will not win the future. We will. America will. And the future belongs to America. So I stand here tonight before you in a new and vital hour of life and democracy of our nation. And I can say with absolute confidence, I have never been more confident or optimistic about America. Not because I'm president, because what's happening with the American people. We've stared into the abyss of insurrection and autocracy, pandemic and pain, and we, the people, did not flinch. At the very moment our adversaries were certain we'd pull apart and fail, we came together, we united. With light and hope, we summoned a new strength, new resolve to position us to win the competition of the 21st century. On our way to a union more perfect, more prosperous, and more just, as one people, one nation, and one America. Folks, as I told every world leader I've ever met with over the years, it's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America, and it still isn't. The United States of America, there's not a single thing, nothing beyond our capacity. We can do whatever we set our minds to if we do it together. So let's begin to get together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
There you have it. Oh, thank you for the donation, Sunline. I haven't seen you in a long time. Please follow and profit to the chat for those of you guys who still hanging in there. Y'all some troopers, man. We've been going at it since 6. Let's see. Hey, we appreciate the donations. It will be definitely greatly appreciated. Y'all send it to my Cash App, and I can put it in my scholarship fund. So let me put my Cash App in the chat. Tell Garfield he owe me some donations. Oh, let me see who's still on my panel. Everybody probably rolled out on the sister. Oh, they still here. They still here rocking and rolling. There go your futures. Oh, yeah. So make sure you let's see. Make sure you guys go and hit up that Cash App so I can put in my scholarship fund. I got 2 more students I'm going to be awarding. We already awarded 12. Got 2 more recent graduates coming up, low income family, trying to get them into a little tech school or something, junior college, provided that they're going to be graduating. They find out at the last minute. So got one in Georgia's foundation, the Urban Nerds group in the Philadelphia, and I got one more in Louisiana, female, Opelousas Senior High, which is my alma mater. Yeah, so let's see where my people's at. All right, I got a little while longer up in here. Y'all know a sister got a train in the morning. What is see? Hey Mo, post you up. Oh, okay, yeah. Let me go there. Oh, no problem. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because this is payroll week this week, so I'm tied up. I got some new clients. Gotta help. Let me go to the website. Those of you who've been watching the journey, I'm gonna start a new challenge too. I gotta get back in. I kind of miss doing the early morning thing. It kind of I think I was a little bit more sharp on my toes, on my feet. Oh, when I was doing my early morning 6:30 challenge. So I'm gonna go ahead and get back on. I'm gonna get back on that. I think I'm gonna do sit-ups. Work on this mid section a little bit. I've dropped 25 pounds. I'm on my way. Here to see my smoothie products that I be drinking. For anybody who's interested in that, I'll put that in the chat. Keep in mind, I can only ship. Well, we select to only ship or choose to only ship on Mondays so that your product can get there during the week, because I've had some bad experiences with shipping on the weekend and it's sitting and waiting until 4 days instead of 2. So I like to try to get it out in 2 days, 3 days at the most. So depending on what it is, I'm in the process of getting the cold packs to package the half a gallons so that we can, ship at any time. So if you're interested in any of these smoothies or whatever, hey, there it is right there. So I put it in a Zoom chat and I also put it in the YouTube chat. So you guys go out and support out there. So I definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in. I have some payroll that I could finish, and I'm sure somebody's gonna go live and we'll talk about what we did. Oh, somebody about to say something?
No, it's no feeling behind you. So, we got the train tomorrow, so we'll definitely double back on a lot was said tonight for us. This, this little Biden speech for the investment value, because, Wall Street don't care about, they're going to cut some checks. So I think we start thinking the same way, follow the money. Don't get caught in the emotion because they ain't finna cut no executive orders. No matter how much we scream, cry and bleed, they still ain't ready to cut that executive order yet to Black folks. So you might well go on at what they call source up. You might well go on at money up.
Money up.
Because you can't fight racism broke. That's simple as that. You can't fight it being broke. So we're gonna keep focusing on building our financial coffers up properly. So we'll talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow's training 8 p.m. Well, not 8. Excuse me. Between 5 and 6 we get started. Sorry.
Yep. So you guys want to get in on the training, hit Brother African Emporium up. It is well worth it. You can get them on any of the social media platforms. Definitely make sure you guys are out there and you're subscribing to my channel. Let me check it out. Right. We're gonna get these subscriptions up. You missed a lot, Looney. Yeah, you just joined. Oh no, you caught a good bit of it. You probably missed the PowerPoint or whatnot, but it's all good. So on the morning on Wednesdays, I'm gonna start the show with the PowerPoint because I want to keep your business structure and things that you need to have in order for business ever before you, so that when if these opportunities stay in our forefront, then you would have time to react. If you have just acted when the pandemic first started, you would definitely be benefiting right now. Okay, if you want, on Tuesday evenings, I'll go live for like the first 30 minutes to an hour, then I shut the live off and then help out, my fellow comrades on who's submitting
different applications and putting their things together. So that session is not live, and you guys are not privy to that unless you on my team. But Wednesdays we'll definitely go back in on PPP, EIDL. Try to work my way into. So I didn't get to show the spreadsheets today, which means I need to cover it next week. So I'll cover some on Tuesday and then double back some on Wednesday, just to kind of show you manually. You all need to really invest in some type of accounting system. Because as I showed someone last night, and Brandon was on there, Chris, Chanisa, George, how long it could take to do a simple profit and loss. Simple. So if you have those and there's plenty of apps out there. I favor QuickBooks Self-Employed and my cash flow manager with my econ, because for one, my econ gives you a home-based business. It helps you have even more legitimacy to you little freelancers out there, self-employed folk, right? And give you a little accounting system, kind of help you out, keep your stuff in order. And you get to upload your receipts. The QuickBooks Self-Employed, you get to link your bank and your transactions, and it tracks your mileage for you automatically. You just have to go in and annotate business or personal. So it helps you out a lot. And that could keep you in order when it comes down to getting your numbers together for whether it's the first draw on the PPP or the second draw or even the EIDL. And I know I haven't been talking a lot about the EIDL, but if you're new, because they have a lot of funding still left in EIDL, I would submit anyway. Worst case scenario, I'll tell you off of a new company that I was working with, they had us draft a business plan. And so I did the business plan and I did the financials. And by doing that business plan and those financials and breaking down um their sales for the last 3 years and then projecting them out for future and how that funding was going to be made by how the product was going to be sold, they actually funded the company. So don't despise don't listen to other people's scenarios, because really it is a case by case basis and there's all different type of stories out there. You have to tell your story, and as long as you have your paperwork in order, even if you did not file your taxes or whatnot, if you read through the documentation, it will say filed or drafted. And because and the way you're able to get with, and I think AE kind of hit on that earlier, the way you're able to kind of get away with it right now, because they extended the tax deadline. So if you're self-employed, independent contractor, and a sole proprietor, and the tax deadline is not until May 17th, guess what? That means they wouldn't be looking for your taxes to be filed if you sent them a draft copy. And you could get funded based on that. And then double back and do your taxes and still have the opportunity to get some funding to get your business off to a good start. How they said, don't get caught with your pants down, right? Not paying attention, tuning into the wrong live streams, not getting the nuggets necessary so that you can make things happen. And then this stuff is no longer available, and you still talking, hey, can I get a grant to start my business? Hey, you know where I could get some startup capital or some seed money, when they just laid it out in front of you. Like, real talk. So the choice is yours. It's up to you. So I'm pushing out, I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. I'll probably break the forms down into my PowerPoint presentation and highlight those areas so you can see it in a much larger scale. There's a lot of YouTubers out there that's doing a phenomenal job breaking this information down, giving it to you in clarifying the different needs of concern so that you can understand it. My favorite one is JJ the CPA. He's just done a great job of keeping us updated and informed, and those Excel spreadsheets that I showed, JJ actually put those together and made them available for free to help out his clients, and then actually gave it to the public. So there are some people who would put out some great content so that you could be successful. However, you're gonna have to build a tolerance for boredom. So for me, it's not boring because I know I'm gonna be capitalized on it. So I'm all in. My ears are perked up, and I'm trying to get everything and learn as much as I can so that I can share. But in the same sense, what you have to do is you have to either get someone on your team, and that's another thing. I'm going to offer a training, but you guys need to get your teams together. Get someone on your team to learn the information so that you all can stay in compliance. So you could be familiar with everything surrounding business, but you may not be the point person on the ground facilitating that area. But when you guys come in, you have a meeting to the minds, and you gathering the information on what's going on in your business, and guess what? Then at that point, um, you will get your reports from your different point people in those respective areas. But you gotta train. Trust me. That brother that we had. Let me show you guys something.
Hey Mo.
Yes.
Oh, Cross River just sent me back why I wasn't approved. It said unable to validate borrower eligibility.
Because you put in your social, right? That social was on the Schedule C.
Yeah.
And we use it. You know what? They
Uh-huh.
trying to trick us up because they're supposed to be going on the groceries. Just go through Wembley.
I applied for them this morning.
Okay, yeah. And that's another thing. What one lender won't do, somebody else will.
Okay.
I wanted to go to. Let me go to. I was going to show you guys the brother when I did the Let me see. I'm gonna go here, but that's not the Instagram I want to go to. The brother one of the brothers I interviewed in May. He the King of Hope organization. I seen on his Instagram the other day. Let me show you some progress that this brother is doing with the men in Charleston. How they've added on to the business. Hold on, let me see if I could get to it on the page right here. Let me go up. They're doing some major work down there. Hold on, let me see. He's added landscape. Hold on, let me see. I might have to go to the website. He's added. So basically, Kings of Hope, we are a local nonprofit organization determined to provide assistance to fathers who are faced with various hardships and difficulties. Let me see if I can get it up. It was on his Instagram page. They've added a whole bunch of different components to his organization, man. Those guys are doing some great work down there. Jay Scott is his name. Let me see if I could get to the gallery. I was so impressed. He's added, besides the trucking, he's added some other trades. Where's it at? Let's see. Let me go up. Let me see if he have it in the gallery. I was gonna share. I was like, oh, let me share his updates. We're doing some great work in Charleston. I'm super proud of our Black men, man. You guys are getting it in. You guys are showing how to create jobs, how to keep food on your table, how to stand on the shoulders of the ancestors and do some big things out there. You guys are not working, waiting. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I might have to go back to the Instagram. He had something posted. Let me see. Post. And he was showing. Oh, I can't find it. I'm gonna have to screenshot it next time. He was showing all the trades and them interact. The guys who's come through his program. It was so cool. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, in reference to PPP, yeah, when one lender won't do, so another one will. So just keep your paperwork, because some of them
You know, one may ask for this document, they'll pretend like they don't see it. And then with the self-employed, they'll pretend like they don't know the rule is on on gross income versus net profit. And then say you're not eligible when it's clearly right there in the playbook. So just leave one, go to the other one. Trust me. One of them, you'll get funded. One of them will fund you. Because Wells Fargo did not meet 3 times before they decided to allow me to get through. So, and I just kept submitting until they gave the go. Too easy, or whatnot. So yeah. All right. Well, with that being said, we got training tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. So let me see my little energy bugs. And I got physical training in the morning. And whatnot. So anybody got any last statements? You guys want to go out with a bang? Monique, how much money you made today? I know you made a lot.
Basically, right?
I think I made 2,000.
Look, see, you holding out. You would be sharing some screenshots. You see that, Brandon?
And what has it? Crypto?
Onique.
Usually I'm on small a lot.
Yeah.
What asset class did you make money in today? Crypto or
to be honest.
Say it again. Go ahead. Sorry.
what did you make money in? What ticker?
If you're gonna come and ask me what's going
Oh, I made with my Dogecoin, it went back up.
Oh, that's right, because you yeah. So you didn't all of it. You kept some of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had I think 200, but
I'm gonna have to distance myself again.
what I had 2,000 of it.
Yeah.
And I left it there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. There you go.
But I heard Safe Moon is the next thing.
What's Safe Moon? That's crypto?
Yeah.
Safe Moon?
Mm-hmm. Hold on, Mustafa.
I'll speak on it tomorrow. It's still speculative, but it has a better, I should say, module than that of what Doge is. But I'll definitely speak on that tomorrow in training, because I had people ask me about it as well. You can actually, the way you got to go through a few different steps to even buy it. It's not even easy to buy.
As a matter of fact, yes, I spent the whole day getting Binance and moving this money. I'm finally able to transfer the funds.
Yeah, then you got to go through Pancake Swap.
But you have to do a VPN. Only way. No, yeah, I didn't have to do a Pancake Swap. I had to set up a VPN. You got to do that VPN, or else you can't go nowhere.
Yeah, you just got to get a Trust Wallet. Trust Wallet is the easy way to do it.
Yeah, I have a Trust Wallet, so I actually was sending the funds now, because then I have to convert it now and send it to my Trust Wallet.
Yeah, BNB, the Trust Wallet, then pancake it over.
Oh my gosh, woo, it's a process.
It is, but again, that's what it is when you trying to be, liberated through some of these assets. Your little hard work come in, but you learn a lot in the process. Definitely learning.
I'm learning. I'm learning. One of the things I definitely want to learn though is how to read the charts. I don't really know how to read the charts well. So and crypto, oh my gosh.
Yeah, you'll get there. So it's awesome. I have a famous quote: "Repetition becomes repertoire." The more you see it, touch it, smell it, feel it, let your senses get acclimated to it. You'll get used to it like anything. It's like riding a bicycle. You gotta, allow it to become somewhat of a dominant interest in your natural, natural movements, and it'll begin to make sense eventually over time.
Boom.
Okay. And then also to your class, is it for beginners, like someone like me, beginners, or it's more advanced?
No, it's actually we canvas everything and every particular scenario. You know, but we initially started out basically like the group that we have is called the Introduction to Investing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically, you know, it's really rudimentary to that of what, you know, those who are newbies, so to speak, new. But again, we do cater to experienced people as well, because again, you know, there's never a moment where you can't sharpen your steel, no matter where you're at, you know, in your process of learning.
Right. Right. And your class is on Thursdays?
Well, we have a group on Thursday. I have, you know, different training time frames throughout the week as well from different clients. But we do a block group one on Thursday. We kind of intermix it a little bit. You know, because a lot of people, some people learn better in group settings, and some people do well individually. So, you know, try to cater to the person. I always kind of figure out what they want, you know, with a consultation call, kind of, you know, what are your goals, you know, how do you learn, all that. So it's more personal based, tailor-made to the person.
Okay, because one of my biggest challenge right now is really converting my Bitcoins. Right now it's just sitting there. It's like to convert it. So the best way to convert it so that I don't have a lot of penalties.
Yeah, but you got Coinbase, or you got just you got the US Binance?
I just got Binance. So right now I do have some Bitcoin on Cash App.
Right. Okay.
So I just want to be able to convert it into the most safest way and the most effective way that I'm not paying a whole bunch of fees now. And, you know.
Right. Okay. I mean, yeah, we definitely can help you out there. We got several people who obviously, you know, average crypto as well, you know, beyond myself. And are you in the group by any chance? The investment group?
No, not I Etta.
I don't know. I gotta add like 3 people. Man, we full. We at capacity.
Somebody gotta go. Let me
Yeah,
see.
I got 3 people who are, you know, actually paid clients, you know, and I'm like, I gotta honor, you know, people who hungry, you know, just be honest.
Well, let me see who
Hungry.
gets the boot.
You know, I have a hard time doing that. I know you and Chris y'all be like, y'all be making it happen. I be trying to wait, you know, just get joking, get tired of leaving.
If you already know, if you ain't on my econ team, I'll kick you out quickly.
I need to get in there and toggle a couple switches and get them in there. We'll figure it out.
Get up.
Yeah, so that's it. So I look forward to tomorrow. Again, as always, our profit. Great job as always, Sister Monica. We're indebted to you forever.
Chris, you better Chris, make sure you be watching your emails. I did somebody's Wombly last night and they get funded today. You boy. I'm sorry, E.
No, you good.
I got excited.
Good. Love progress. I love hearing progress. I love it.
Hey, listen, I got so many people got some good checks today. I was just like, man, y'all better listen. Like I said, if y'all should be coming up one or 2 ways. Either you in that unemployment check, you getting that EBT extra check. You got the extra stimulus checks. You got
all the free money right now until they, you know, that wheel run dry.
Yeah.
Best tap it. You know, you best find a way to tap it.
Give me 2 seconds. Yeah. So go and get it, y'all. I'm looking forward to class. Hope you guys learned something in the YouTube. We had a very long, productive evening. I got training, I got class, and I got payroll. So I need to get on my P's and Q's. Shara's on my phone. She said I got to get off the live because I need to help her. So
yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Moore. Everybody's well. See you guys.
Peace, power, and profit, y'all.
Peace, everybody. Thank you.
Peace, family. Peace, everybody.
Hey, Brandon, get my number out the chat. Hit me up if you need some help, man.
Okay.